I've calmed down from my earlier stream today, where it ended in frustration from Project Motor Racing, unfortunately. But I'm going to try and come back and be positive and have some fun in open lobbies. Hopefully they work out, because by the time I gave some open lobbies at the end of last stream, or today's stream, a shot, I was checked out. So if you guys want to join, I will be opening up PMR and hosting some lobbies. I have a Discord down below in the description. If you guys would like to join and be on comms, you're more than welcome to be on comms. If you don't want to be on comms, that's totally understandable. Who the hell am I? But if you want to do some PMR racing and you still want to remain positive about this game, despite today's pretty bad news for the developers, let's have some fun. Not even going to waste any time. Just going to get these lobbies open. I'm just curious to see. We have one lobby open right there. That's it. We're finding one lobby at the moment. So we're going to start with... how much do I want to sweat? That's the question. Not a problem, sir. I'm going to be avoiding ranked tonight because I want this to just be more casual. I'm just trying to think about what track I want to do. First, anyway. Well, nothing says warm up like the Nordschleife. So I think that's what we're going to do. Stick with the handy dandy Mustang. She's been doing good for me. Not going to force on any assists or any force off assists, sorry. We're going to turn damage off. I'm going to leave penalties on. Keep everybody honest. Confirm. Weather type. Hot. Time progression. 0. Confirm. Definitely not going to do 6 laps on the Nordschleife. I'm going to turn all these guys off. No qualifying. No practice. Just out of 2 laps. Do 2 laps. 2 laps or 1 lap? I'll do 1 lappers for now. Because, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to update lobbies. Which is a bummer. So I have to close lobbies, open lobbies. You know, it is what it is. Hopefully this 502 patch will add some good features that we need. To at least... because I don't expect this game to progress any longer. Like it was once going to. But hopefully the patches do improve. One can only hope. DK, you have been accepted into the Discord. If you want to get on comms, I am in the PMR live comms portion. If not, that's fine too. No big deal. Let's hope tonight goes smooth. I would like to enjoy this game. Even if this is the last update we get for it, there is still some fun to be had. So let's try and have it. We'll wait for you, Oil Slick. So now that we've had some time to settle on the, you know, unfortunate news of Straight 4, how's everybody feeling right now? Hey, Fue Loco. Welcome to the party. Well, I'm glad you're hopeful. I'll say that. I'm hoping that moving forward, the devs can make the right decisions to progress the game in the right direction and maybe get some of the developers hired back. If not, at the very least, I hope LMU, I forgot the developer's name for LMU, but I hope they do pick up some of the guys, and I hope the guys are able to continue working. But all right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll get this lobby going. You're good, man. You're good. I can unready if you need a few minutes. I just know guys will get impatient and they'll back out. But we'll be doing this all night, so if you don't get in this one, there'll be others. I'll probably do a few of these one-lappers on the Nordschleife, and then we'll switch it up. Now let's all pray we make it to the track. This is always a gamble right here. One thing I can say is that, alright, we did it. We did it, boys. We did it. We're in. Alright, everybody get some softs on. We got no damage. We got no tire wear. Just casual fun racing. Enjoy. Let them rip. The Mustang does sound good in this, I'll say that. It's a very authentic sound. I haven't heard the GT3 in person, but I have had a Boss 302. So I know what this motor sounds like when she's turned up. Alright, here we go. Oof, already burned up turn one pretty badly. I think we had 3 guys that didn't get connected, maybe? Or disconnected after the fact? One or the other. Ah, too much. What is the future of this game? I have no idea. I'd love to know the answer to that myself, personally. For now, I'm just going to play what I got. Oh, that was weird. Force feedback just kind of freaked out for a second there. It was pulling me to the left. That was interesting. Came right out of it, but that was strange. Really hope the update this week fixes a lot of the issues people are having. Luckily, everything has been pretty smooth on my Fanatec setup. That's good. Yeah, I really want to play with a buddy of mine who's on PS5. He has a Logitech Pro, but it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Looks like Quay made a decent lap despite his unfortunate roll through on the start. $6.53. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I'm hoping the patch, because it took a little longer. Here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping most of the radio silence that we've experienced in the past week and a half has been from development and not politics of who to fire and who not to fire and all that stuff, because you know, if it's been all politics, then I don't expect the patch to do a whole lot. However, if it's been mostly a week and a half of development and then they found out, unfortunately, that they were getting laid off, you know, all good. All good, Oil Slick. See, this is the part that stinks. I want to change the lobby around a little bit, and I can't do that without starting another lobby, you know? So, all right, in chat, guys who are racing here, in chat, what cars you want to do and what track you want to do. I'm leaving it up to you guys. I'm just here for the ride, providing a place for you to do it. Even though there's obviously other places you can do it, but I like to pretend. Group C on Daytona? Sounds good. Don't have to ask me twice about that. Let's do a 10-lapper. We'll do a quali for this one, just because. It's a shorter... I don't like doing qualifiers on the Nordschleife. It's just kind of way too much time wasted. And not to mention, it's so easy to crash, it really kind of doesn't matter where you pole on that, or place. Let's see, so... Use mods, we want penalties on. Down for a bit, yeah, no problem. No problem. Alright. Server's up. I'm gonna swap to my, oh, server's up, maybe? Alright, server's up. Swapping my wheel. I actually like the Nissan in this. 787B is my favorite. Sauber's a close second, but Sauber's got a lot of ponies. Oh, alright. We got... This one's, I wonder what the... I will say, the more people you get in, the more likely these lobbies are to crash and people not make it into the lobby, which is... Or the actual race, which is pretty unfortunate, but... Alright, that's a good amount. I'm gonna ready up, start the countdown, and then we'll see what happens. Whoever gets in, gets in. But... This one we have qualifying, so... Qualifying in this is easier to do, and, well, it can actually mean something on this track. You can drive the Sauber. That Sauber shines in this track. A lot of road to use that horsepower. The Nissan and the 787B are pretty well balanced, in my opinion. I haven't used the Jag yet. How is the Jag in this one? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 PC players, and the rest are console. I didn't see how many. Let's pray we get to the track. One thing, so my only real issues that I'm personally having with this game is this right here. Just lobby inconsistency. I can already tell you I'm not getting in this lobby. Or in this race. Even though it's my lobby. I'm host. For some reason, if I get enough people, and yeah, if you're in, then I'm out. Because I'm still on the screen. Which means I have to force close this game. So I gotta tab out, force close the game, and then boot the game back up. Alright, I'll be patient. I'll be patient. But this has been my personal biggest problem, is just lobby inconsistency. So, in my opinion, they need to focus on fixing their just interface for the internet, so lobbies are more consistent and people aren't constantly getting kicked out. It's loading for you too. Yeah, you're likely not getting in either. It says waiting on one. Well. Failed to join lobby. Saw that one coming. At least I don't have to tab out. Well, we'll see. Okay. Knew that was coming. I'm still gonna have to tab out. Force close. You're in Cowboy server? I don't know what that is. I have found that pretty consistently, if I get to like a good amount of people in my lobbies, I never make it into the race. If I get anywhere near 10 people, I can't make it into the race. I don't know why. It's frustrating, man. Let's just... Here's the thing. The game is going to do what the game does in terms of if it's successful or not. But they need to at least get it playable for the people who own the game, who can't get refunds, who are frustrated. Get it playable so that they can have their fun. And then let fate decide. No, I'll make one more. Just back out. My lobby's not actually... Well, that lobby might be active, but someone else is the host. I am not the host anymore. Alright, lobby's back up. Hey, welcome back, Clippy. I will say, LMU might have gotten my business. Well, they've already got my business. I've already bought every part of LMU that I can't spend money on. I'm that weird guy that, like, will buy all the Sims, with the exception of iRacing. I mean, I have iRacing, but I don't have all the content. But I have every possible sellable item from LMU, from all the game, essentially the games, with the exception of Race Room and iRacing, because you can spend a boatload of money there. Yet I don't play them. I just have them on standby in case it's time, and I don't have to worry about spending the money then. I'm weird like that. Like a potential future. I have so many games in my Steam library that I've never played. I buy them when they're on sale, and they just sit there until I'm ready to, until I'm bored, and, well, you know what, it's that time. Alright, we got Fway, we got PMR, we got TN72, we got Oil Slick. I know you guys are in it, so... Alright, I'm gonna ready up for now. Get the lobby on the move. How's the night going? We just started about 20 minutes or 30 minutes ago. But, man, it's crazy to think. We're 30 minutes in. We haven't raced yet. And I haven't done a whole lot of time wasting. I will say, not to shift gears to Rensport talk, but right now, Rensport is feeling like a wild card. Like, I counted them out. Pre-114 patch, I counted out Rensport. Felt like a cash grab, kind of threw in the towel on that. Now, I have had nothing but good times jumping into online lobbies in Rensport. It's just easy to do. I already messaged one of the devs that I've spoken to several times now. That's been in my in the streams and stuff, and I have him on Instagram. That I'm like, if you can get us into being able to make open lobbies like I'm doing right now, because Rentsport you can't do that, where I can just make a lobby for people to join, that's big. Because right now they're not in financial distress because there's not a lot of them that work there. It's a very small game. There's not a lot of people involved. But right now it's in a weird state where, like, it's only up from here. And it feels good. It doesn't feel problematic. Oh, you crashed. How many people are actually in right now? See, this is the part that stinks. 2 crashed. 3 crashed. So everybody crashed except for 1. I'll back out and start it again. That's 2 attempts and 2 fails. Refresh the feed. Or, the lobby. Because it's back up. It doesn't make sense why customs have such a tough time. I have a very good internet connection. Like, I can fully understand if people are hosting with bad internet. But I host every time, like, I play online with friends in different games. I'm the host because I have a good internet connection. I'm wired in. I have good internet. I have a very good Asus router. Like, everything's solid. I don't have these issues. It's my friends who have bad internet. Because, Clippy, it's just completely unfinished. And if you saw today's, I mean, I have it as my thumbnail. That's the state of the company right now. I'm trying to not imagine worst case scenario for behind the scenes, but it's hard not to. PMR, if you're watching the stream, join the new lobby and back out if you can. We definitely, so like I've said about like updates for me, I don't need anything personally to make my experience better. Yes, there are graphical bugs. There are things like that to fix, but none of it is game breaking. I can look past it and enjoy the game. The lighting, the way the lighting diffuses in this game and like somehow travels through the car and the car absorbs light, horrible. But I can get over that if I'm having fun. Priorities are, number 1, they need to fix a lot of the wheels, especially for console. I agree, but see, the thing is about the GTE snap oversteer being fixed, I agree, they all have a problem. That's why I hate the class. There's other cars to drive. So you can get around that problem by just driving cars that are fun and that work. Whereas this internet problem, there's no way around it other than fixing your server stability. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3. Alright, I think we might be alright this time. But I haven't played PMR in a while, and I'm really hoping the next patch fixes a lot of the problems with it. Basically, the next patch needs to focus on different wheel stability and server stability. And then they can maybe focus on some graphical efficiency, but like I feel like that's later on down the road stuff. The game is demanding. The game's gonna look a certain way. Let's warm these tires up proper. Oh. The game absolutely launched in a beta state. Here's the thing. This is something that people don't understand, and I really think it's a bad, unless you're making a single-player game. Whoa, what's going on here? Oh, that's what. Unless you're making a single-player game, every multiplayer game, no matter how much time you have on it, launches in a beta state. There's no way around it. That's that Sauber doing work, man. That car is fast. I love that car. But you can't, in my opinion, you can't make a game like this and sell it as a full release. You just can't do it. It's not, I don't think that's a possible thing to do in 2025. Bottom line is, you need your first round of release to be, everybody, your community needs to be the beta tester, because there's just too many things that can go on. Console is a different story, but PC especially. It'd be one thing if you were playing just on one console. Like, people don't realize the advantage Gran Turismo has in terms of limiting the release to PS5, having one controller to build for, and then later we figure out the wheels. And there's only a few wheels to optimize for, because there's only so many licenses. So there's not a lot for that game to build around. So it's very easy to build a really good game right from day one. But these games that try and do it all, you're never going to have... Oh, that's going to be a disqualify on that lap. I'm telling you right now, the problem is that I don't know the politics behind the company. And as of the layoffs today, I'm guessing they weren't good. But the game should have been marketed completely different. I'm distracted by talking, so my driving is kind of piss poor at the moment. But the game should have launched in alpha, or sorry, early access, not alpha. It did launch in alpha, let's face it. And they should have marketed it that way. They should have sold it for $30 instead of $70, the base game. Thank you, sir. They made a lot of mistakes behind the scenes, put it that way. Right now I'm getting a lot of stutters. You guys probably can't see them because of the way streaming works, but I feel like I've been getting a lot more stutters this past week, oh my god, than I have been this whole time. Don't know why that is. And it definitely seems internet-based, too, because it doesn't happen when I do solo stuff. So, it's probably more lobby-related stuff. See if we can actually qualify here. I haven't done a successful lap yet. There we go. Aww. Boy, got me. So did Oil Slick, you sons of bees. Oh well. Yeah, there's a lot going on. And honestly, the way they've been communicating post-launch, it went from their entire communication shifted from total belligerent hype to we're sorry, we know we failed you. Like, you didn't figure that out on launch day. You knew that going into it. So, I don't know. Let's just hope 502 makes the game much more playable than it is right now. I see Oil Slick is harnessing the Sauber. This is a good track for the Sauber. As long as you, it's the hardest one to drive, but if you can drive it, there's a lot of straightaway to use that horsepower. Probably should have picked it, but interested in running iRacing. So what do you, Clippy, what do you do for... Yeah, I know, it's so fast. It really is a badass car. So the Sauber and the 787B are some of my favorite race cars that have ever existed. The Nissan is cool, but sound does it well for me, and the sound of both of these cars is incredible. But I might be interested in some iRacing. Might be. I saw that, Oil Slick. You done messed up, sir. Oh, whoa. As I say, Rubbin's racing. I do think the Nissan handles the best, though. 787B is a close second, but I haven't driven the Jag to know how the Jag is. Oof. I'm driving this thing pretty piss poor tonight, but so well. Oh! Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would at the very least, Clippy, I would wait till, God, that Sauber is fast, man. That thing just drives away from you. I would at the very least wait till 502 comes out to see how the game plays, and then go from there. Right now, after today's, like, I was much more confident with the game prior to today's layoff notice. That one really kind of twisted me up a little bit. But, I would at least wait to see what 502 does. Or 1502, technically. I gotta start going wider on this turn. I just don't want to with this car. I want to drive this car like it feels, reckless. They said the patch is coming this week. Who actually knows, though? You never know until the patch shows up. When I sign on to Steam, here's what I'm going to tell you. Regardless of when it is, unless it's at nighttime, like between 6 and 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when I get the patch, I'm going live. And I'm getting into it. But, like I said, right now, as much as I want this game to be good, Rennsport is feeling like a wild card. It's kind of a small game with not a whole lot of people playing it, but not a whole lot of bad press either. This game sort of like took away all of Rennsport's negative press, and Rennsport's been kind of like patching and kicking ass in the background. To the point where like they listen, their AI is awful. Their AI is complete dog water, but online play, overall driving, I'm kind of into it. And if they continue on this like unsung sort of behind the scenes path that they're on right now, they got nowhere to go but up. And because the console space is so limited, I can tell you this, driving experience-wise, Rennsport is way better than Gran Turismo. Way better than Gran Turismo. And I like my Gran Turismo, but let's face it, the driving is very, it's weird. It's like it doesn't know what it wants to be. Do I think they already ruined their reputation? You talking about Project Motor Racing or Rennsport? I think Rennsport's reputation that they lost was completely overshadowed by Project Motor Racing. Because Rennsport was a pretty bad launch, and then Project Motor Racing said, hold my beer. And the reason why Project Motor Racing was so much worse is because of the hype that went into it. I honestly think Rennsport's in a good place right now. I'm sure it's not a big money-making game by any means, but I genuinely think that there's nowhere to go right now but up. Oil Slick, you are driving away from us in that Sauber. You might actually pull off the 15-second margin at this rate. You got a lot of laps left. You might literally pull off the win if you keep pulling away. You disagree that Rennsport has any chance, or what do you disagree with? How let me ask you this: have you played Rennsport at all? Like I'm telling you right now, I played LMU today a lot, I played some iRacing, and then I jumped in Rennsport. Rennsport really does feel like a wild card to me right now. Oof, that was not a good turn. My problem with iRacing, I learned real quick, that the problems that are complained about with iRacing are the problems with iRacing. And that is there being zero clue as to where the limit is, forcing you to drive cautiously. And I don't really like that. The nature of my driving is not that of caution. I'm a very aggressive driver. I mean, I'm literally Cole Trickle. My style is, I'm gonna burn up my tires. And that's fine. But iRacing goes from like this confidence inspiring, like I've got full tire, I got traction, I got grip, to you have nothing. It's just a facade. Just kidding. I've only messed with GT3 cars at the moment in iRacing. Not all of them, obviously, because I'm not spending money like that. These games do feel like a dime a dozen, I agree. Here's the thing. We're talking about... You want to know if a game is a major release or not? Does NVIDIA or AMD update their graphics drivers for them? That's the reality of that answer. If NVIDIA and AMD don't release a graphics driver for your game on release day, your game is not a big game. Period. I've had NVIDIA drivers be updated for F125. Nothing else. Bottom line is, all these sim racing games are not on the radar of major support. I still don't have a Sim Hub, or sorry, a Sim Pro, which is for Simagic. Simagic software, an update for Project Motor Racing. They even had one for Rennsport. As of right now, there is no software support for Project Motor Racing with Simagic. Now, luckily, it's pretty basic and still works, but as far as things like telemetry through their software, there is zero support. The hell? This is basically a race between me and Fway. Oh no! And there you go, Fway, it's all you. Monitor doing panel care, can't believe this, that's rough. Someone must have an OLED. That's why I pretty much, once I experienced an LG TV, or an LG OLED, sorry, I pretty much just stick with LG OLEDs. Monitors are way too aggressive in their pixel refresh and all that stuff. Let me do it when I want. When I start to see some imagery that's not going away, I'm gonna do a pixel refresh. Oh man, I'm falling apart. Nice job, Fway. MSI, I assume it's an OLED though, right? So you learned in iRacing that every sim feels wrong to you, or I can say that every sim is wrong. No sim is real. They all do a terrible job at copying the real thing. The problem is most of the people who use it have no experience. Because if any of these games could honestly duplicate real sim racing, they would be used, like, legitimately by the companies as training tools. Now, I know some drivers and stuff use them, but none of these games feel real. iRacing's limit, where you just find the limit and go over and that's it, you crash and die, that's not real. Like, how many guys here have at least experienced some level of street car or street bike and they've had to deal with different kinds of tire compounds? Because in real life, every time that I push a car to some sort of limit and I go past it, and I do start to, like, say, slide or lose it, I can save it. Now, sometimes I didn't save it, but there is a very distinct feeling. All these games, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. It's really hard to focus on being a good racer and reading chat. Is what it is. And there's that. And that's everybody's complaint about iRacing, and it only took me a couple laps to confirm that is wrong. Like, it's terrible. Here's the thing about iRacing. You feel like you're nowhere near the limit, and then you hit the limit, and you're confident you're not at the limit, and you go from full grip. The car is not doing anything weird to I'm sideways staring at the wall right now. And I have no idea where that limit is. So it forces you to drive cautiously. And I have to wonder if the reason why iRacing has been around for so long and still feels like that, if it's intentional. So, in real life, you drive a bit more cautiously because there's real life risk. You could crash, you could hurt yourself, you could die. You know, or on the other side of things is there's just wasted money from crashing cars. So, you err more on the side of caution. In a lot of sims, you don't err on the side of caution because who cares? Send it. Well, in iRacing, I'm convinced they try and duplicate that as best they can by forcing you to not feel where the limit is. Oh my God. Barely turn the wheel in iRacing. You really stare with the pedals most of the time. Yeah, I know. It's This is where Rennsport has been refreshing to me. Cars feel like they have grip. It might be fake and not even near realistic, but I can tell you that no sim I've never driven a GT3 car, and I probably never will. And I can tell you, I don't believe any of these cars have as little grip as they do. Truly don't believe it. Again, I don't know the grip levels of a GT3, but Rennsport, man, it's the first sim I played that I trust the car. And it's also the first sim where when I start to lose it, I have a chance of saving it. And it's Rennsport. Yeah, it's definitely a fun car, the Sauber. Oh, good run, boys, good run. I don't know if the game's over, Cody, but it's not looking good, I'll say that. GG Fue. Yeah, I'm a big fan of 787. Sorry, the Group C on. I like this track, but a lot of it is sitting around and waiting for the next turn. You know. This is coming from the person who thinks the Nordschleife is the greatest track to ever exist and will never be touched ever. So naturally, oval tracks, even with a couple turns, are not going to do it for me. But Daytona is iconic and needs to be had, so. But I will say, okay, can you guys tell me, because I don't feel like Googling it right now, what's the name, I'm going to start another lobby, what's the name of the studio, the developers that do LMU? Is it Motorsport Games? Either way, they put up their response post to the layoffs saying that they would send them their resumes. I thought that was a pretty cool thing. Could be total showboating, I suppose, but I like to think it was honest. And I don't know, I liked it. Let's see. I've never done this. Let's try Group 5 on Le Mans. Let's do 5 laps though. The 10 lappers can be a bit rough. Oh, son of a... No, turn 10 is Forza. Studio 397. Let's see. All they had to do was delay the game. Or they could have... No, I think delaying the game was a poor decision. I think what they should have done was released it for $30 in early access. The same way it was released. Release it for $30 early access, and then with a target full release of no longer than a year out. But I think it could be done within 6 months. Because initially, they wouldn't have made as much money. $30 versus a $70 game. However, right now, I guarantee you they'd have had more money than they do right now if they did it that way. I'm gonna use the bathroom quick, but I'll be right back. G Fuel, baby. Flies right through me. Hello, sir.
Oh, hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, what's up?
What's going on?
Oh, you know, just trying to survive on the lonely island of Project Motor Racing.
Yep. Ooh. See what happens.
Yeah, let's see if we all get in. It's always a gamble. Alright, I see 3 cars. 4 cars. I'm gonna use the paddles for now. I don't feel like using the H pattern. Oh. Actually, screw it. My game's getting some pretty terrible frames right now. Never driven Group 5 on Spa before, so...
I just raced this car earlier. Oh,
Oh. How long am I playing the game for tonight, Cody? A couple hours. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I have absolutely zero idea where to follow a line for this car on this track. You are more than welcome to join. That's why they're open lobbies, sir. Let's see if I can actually complete a lap here. Screw it. I don't care. I'm just going to wait for the race. I'm not even wasting my time. I gotta kill the music here, though. If I want to be able to hear you. Let's turn that off.
oh.
Do you need car setups? No, Cody. What I just changed there was the first change I've actually made on this car.
All clear.
Oh.
End of session. Check your flag this lap.
I picked them oil slick. These cars are fun, but I don't know how well they're going to do on Spa. Has anybody pulled off a successful qualifying lap yet?
No.
Because no one's posted a time. Ugh. I just slapped a bunch of sway bar stiffness into it, and it seems like it did help a lot of the sway for this track. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of stuttering. I don't know why. Oh yeah, the Porsche is terrible. Don't pick the Porsche.
Oh yeah, I did the Porsche earlier.
Yeah, Porsche is pretty out of balance for the rest of this class. A lot more horsepower, clearly has the straight line advantage, but it literally handles like a boat. Well, I'm glad the sway bar stiffness seemed to help, because that was shot in the dark from real life, and these cars sway like sons of bitches, so it was either that or some extra spring rate, but...
I said got this pack today.
Lap timing started. Every second matters. Didn't set a time, so we'll be at the back.
And no one set a time, so... Do any of these cars feel real? I don't know, because none of these cars in real life I've ever driven, so... Unfortunately, I can't answer that question. What I can say is I've driven street cars in real life that seem to have more grip than race cars in a lot of these games, that's for sure. Alright.
It's gonna be ugly.
How did I just get a false start? How did I get a false start? I didn't move.
Oh snap!
What is going on?
I got one too.
I didn't move. I got a false start and I never even saw the beams drop. What am I playing? Oh, and I just got a track limit warning too. Alright, clearly the next lobby I make, I'm turning off these penalties, because this is ridiculous. I don't even know why I'm still in this. I'm out. Like, that was retarded. There you go. I'll watch replays. That was insane. I'm sorry. I don't know what that was about. Alright, let's watch Oil Slick. No pressure or anything. He's in the lead at the moment, so... What did I just experience right there? I don't even know.
Well, it's all about the fun.
Yeah, it's hard to have fun though sometimes, I'll tell you. I literally didn't move. I put my car in gear when I was applying the brakes as I was putting the clutch on. And as soon as I put it in gear, I got a penalty. And I didn't move. GT7 or this? You don't want my honest answer right now. If you don't own either game, I recommend Gran Turismo, because there's a lot more time to be spent right now. A lot more time.
I had Gran Turismo. I got rid of...
Yeah, Gran Turismo is still the king when it comes to... Bottom line is popularity and sales. Nobody, not even iRacing's touching Gran Turismo. Nothing.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to play the popular thing, it's Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
You know? And right now, Gran Turismo, if you have no hours... Right now, if you have never played Gran Turismo 7 and have no time spent in it, get Gran Turismo 7. I have spent over 1,000 hours in single player.
I wish I can play Gran Turismo on a PC though.
Same. I'd probably be playing Gran Turismo right now if it was on PC.
Yes.
That's only going to be better, provided the port doesn't suck, of course, but... I'm getting some wild frame drops. So if you guys look at my stats there, so you have the frame gen number, then you've got the FPS number, and then next to it you have the highs and the lows of the average frames per, and you'll see the bunch in the 40s, 33. Those are essentially bad frame timing, and I'm seeing it in stutters. And this only happens online, though. You should hop on. I have been actually jumping in some LMU. Honestly, LMU. So, all right, I have been looking at having 3 tiers of games for 3 different days a week. A full-blown simulation game, so either like iRacing, LMU, whatever the case. A Simcade, so either Project Motor Racing, Ren Sport, something to that nature. And then a full-blown arcade game, so like Forza Horizon 5 right now, because my plan, when Forza Horizon 6 comes out, I can absolutely tell you I will be playing that on stream. I am not... Forza Horizon 6.
Oh, yeah.
Provided it's not like 5. I actually don't like Forza Horizon 5. I think it's one of the worst Forza Horizons that's ever been made, and I've typically liked them. I tried AC Rally and AC Evo. AC Rally plays great. It's got, my opinion, some rough force feedback and tire physics that'll, I guess, hopefully come with time, but... the Evo is not a playable game for me right now. I do not enjoy Evo whatsoever. Look at these stutters. What is happening?
I played it for like 30 minutes, but that was before the new patch.
I played it with at 0.3 and 0.4, and all of my problems with performance that I was having on 0.3, I have like degrading performance, and I know that other people do too. They just might not know it because they don't pay attention to stuff like that. But I absolutely have. So my frame rate and GPU utilization, if I freshly boot the game up and jump into a game, if you watch my frame rate and my GPU utilization, the game has degrading performance with no changes. I just am losing frames, stutters start to happen, the game falls apart. It's probably got like memory leaks, which is common in a lot of games. So it to the point where it feels unplayable after a while. And 0.3 was like that. 0.4, they were talking about at the expo that they were going to be, their next patch was going to be really focusing on performance. I'm like, okay, good. So hopefully they're addressing some of these problems. The game feels exactly the same performance-wise. They just added more content.
But everybody's saying that he's saying it's good though.
That's what I don't understand. I have learned this, and everybody should listen. Everybody should take everything with a grain of salt. But almost nobody the way this game got drugged through the mud, and then the way Evo got hyped up, tells me I can't believe anybody. Period. Have a good night, Oil Slick. Right now we're just watching, what's his name here, make some laps. Are you still making laps, Jamal?
Well, I'm not. I'm just playing around.
Gotcha.
I ain't doing nothing.
Thanks for bringing it home, and a great podium. Nice work.
Got it.
It's like you gotta have 3 or 4 racing games just to get, you know what I'm saying, fulfilled. Like, you know.
Yeah. No, it feels. So what I can say is that right now, if I'm ignoring AI, I'm ignoring. If I want to get in a game so I start every game off with, how is the experience when I am by myself on a racetrack? If I can't even attempt to have a good time there, I'm good. I'm already checked out. I'm gonna change some things around in this lobby. First of all, penalties are coming off because I don't know what just happened there. The penalty system in this game is still broken. It got better with the first patch, but clearly it doesn't work still. Because I'm getting rollout penalties for not moving. Firm. All right, let's go back to GT3. Let's keep this like raceable at this point. We'll do Spa. 5-minute qualifying. You're good. You didn't rear end me. I was checked out already because I got a 15-second rollout penalty when I didn't move, and I didn't even go because once I got that penalty, I didn't even see when the beams dropped. So I pretty much was just out of the race. But so anyway, though, as far as a game that's a benchmark, the game has to be good on its own. Like, and by that I mean like a solo. So I need to be able to get in a car, drive a car around a track, it feel good before I even attempt racing anything. Like, what kills me is that Gran Turismo 7 plays like it does on PS5, and I have a 5090 in my computer. And outside of LMU, and currently Rensport, believe it or not, no game plays like PS5's Gran Turismo 7 in terms of its smoothness and overall experience. Which is ridiculous. LMU plays phenomenally. I will say that. That game runs good. I get like almost 300 frames at max settings on PC. I get a little bit more than a third in this game. And it objectively looks better than this. So, like, obviously that comes down to the engine. You know, the engine's usually the biggest thing that causes this stuff to be a problem. Yeah, I know it's optimized, but the problem is that like PC optimization, I understand there's all sorts of different hardwares. That is an actual viable excuse, but I have the best. Not to like sound like an asshole, but like you can't buy a better video card. You can't buy a better CPU for video games. And yet I'm playing games that all feel broken. Like AC Evo, the problem that I'm having with it from a performance standpoint isn't specific to me. Everybody, I guarantee you, has it, and they just don't know it because they're not paying attention to it. These problems are not unique. They are across the board. I am just a crazy person when it comes to performance of a game. Like LMU, a big part of why I wanted to get into LMU is because of how well it plays.
All clear.
I got a 5080.
What's that?
I got a 5080.
5080? Yeah, that's absolutely more graphics card than any racing game would ever need. Period. And yet Forza Motorsport now in its current state looks fantastic on PC. It just sucks that its game is itself.
I played it early.
Yeah. It just sucks that it's bad at everything else. It plays great on a controller.
Yeah. I just like it for the eye candy.
Yeah, it looks good. Oh my. I'm actually trying to jump into Discord quick and turn you up your volume. Let's give you some volume there. All right. Ooh. Yeah, see, I'm in that weird place where, like, I'm sort of invested in all of them. For me, it's just about time. Like, where do I want to put my time? Because none of them... This is what sucks about all these simulators. None of them drive the same. So it's not like I can play LMU and simultaneously get just... Yes, we're in Discord. My Discord, if Clippy, if you want to join. It's in the description below. But, like, it's not like I can play LMU and simultaneously also get better at iRacing because I'm playing LMU, or vice versa. They play entirely different. So, like, it's just frustrating. And they all argue that they have the best physics. I am interested to see tomorrow's LMU patch, though. I want to see how their tire physics change. If it gets better or more. Like, if it gets... If it approaches more towards Rensport, where it feels like you've got more grip, or if it approaches more towards iRacing, where you feel like you've got a bunch of grip until you have none. Like, it's weird. Rennsport outside. I mean, the cars don't feel the same. Rennsport and iRacing, but the grip levels feel the same. The difference with Rennsport, though, Jesus, is that you actually can go past the limit and control the car. I hate to say that, but Rennsport feels a lot better than iRacing.
Full focus, full send.
I played. You said, Rennsport.
Yeah,
I played the demo.
demo's trash. You gotta, unfortunately, with Rennsport, you kind of gotta buy the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's been. What's that?
I just didn't like the AI on it.
The AI is bad. The AI is very bad. But I will give them a very slight pass on the AI because they have never marketed it as a single-player experience.
Yeah.
The online is actually very good in that game. I've had, like, the experience that we've had tonight trying to get online, I have not experienced with Rennsport. I just get in and race. And complete races. I've had 0 disconnects. The online racing is fun. The bottom line is the tick rate, the overall net code, everything about their servers. They clearly have better servers than whatever Project Motor Racing is doing. Jesus, I cannot get back in the groove. See, like right now, I feel like I'm on ice. I'm on softs. And
End of session.
I don't know.
Check this lap.
I'm running out of positivity for the game, unfortunately. And the Discord is ridiculous. Oh my god. Yeah, but my tires went from cold to hot with no grip change. The rears aren't overheated, and the rears are sliding too. The fronts are getting hot, but the rears aren't gripping either. And one thing that was a bit narcissistic of Straight 4 here is to not give me actual meter markers. They give you Straight 4 signs and Project Motor Racing signs. I feel like I placed last.
I probably
Qualifying's
did.
over. Might take a look at your setup for the race
Okay.
because the other
I
guys
was
obviously
playing.
got
I
more
was
speed.
playing around.
I gotta use the bathroom quick. Hold on. Well, not hold on. Nothing I can do about it. I was talking up this game, so sad it's turning this bad. It's unfortunate. I was all about it. This game had me from just a fun standpoint, and I'm falling out of it because, all right, brakes, clutch before I even touch the throttle or gear. Unfortunately, right now, like, here's the thing. Rennsport needs one feature for me to recommend Rennsport over this game. One feature, one simple feature. And that is being able to host online multiplayer lobbies, like we're doing right now. You can't do this in Rennsport. I've already made the recommendation to the devs. Whoa. Okay. Dude, what?
What is that lag?
He's lagging like a son of a bitch in front of me. I don't know what lag you're seeing.
No, I'm seeing him.
Yeah, it's rough. Though he is the farthest away. He had the highest ping, so... Dude, it's so hard to follow him because of his lag. I don't know what's him breaking and what's the server. Like that. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. The server literally just crashed me right there. So it lagged him into me, briefly, which crashed me. And it's not his fault. Like... Did anybody else see that nonsense?
I saw it.
Like, he was about 2 to 3 cars in front of me, and he lagged back, and it registered as a contact, and it spun me out, or it pushed me off track, I should say. Why are you still torturing yourself? Honestly, I think after tonight, I'm completely putting this game down until the patch comes out, and I'll try it again after the patch, because this is just... I feel like it's going backwards. With no updates somehow, I feel like it's going backwards. Maybe it's just fatigue setting in.
Dang.
Curious, AC with mods, does the interface get better? Or is it just the actual driving?
You know what I'm saying? Is your game trash?
No. Is yours?
Yeah.
Awesome. Did your full game get crashed, or did you just get disconnected?
Full game.
Full game? Yeah.
But it don't do this though when I'm doing single player.
Mine is random, honestly. Like, my front tires are falling apart right now, so naturally I'm just losing interest. Put it in the wall, who gives a shit? And that's another thing, too. For casual fun, I should be able to turn off tire temperatures. Just give me optimum tire temperature and let me enjoy the game. And not have to worry about this tire model that's clearly broken. You know? Like, if I can turn off tire wear, why can't I turn off tire temperatures? I know that you want to be a sim, but you've also marketed this game with a bunch of other features that make it not a sim. That makes it much more casual. Only 37 players on right now. Rensport's probably got less people on. But I'll tell you one thing, I have more fun on Rensport, as of late anyway. Oh, he's waiting for me. Guess he's bored.
They probably released it Friday, huh?
Huh?
I said they probably released their update Friday, huh?
I don't know. I'm just... Look at this. It's got the AMS2 slide physics right now, but without the actual grip. It's a good thing AMS2 still exists, man. Sucks console players can't experience it, but like, at least that can give me my Group C fix if this game goes under. Now check LMU, Cody. I'm just curious. I feel like LMU's probably going to have a good amount on right now. Because of the patch coming out tomorrow.
We're coming up to a back marker. They were all over the track a few laps back, so be careful getting past.
I'm about to do your favorite track.
Like, you know where I'm at right now with this game? After a few sessions of trying to play online, it makes me want to go watch TV.
That's what I was doing earlier. I was watching the football game.
It sounds at this point like it could be more fun. Yeah, it's not an optimum time to play any game right now in terms of like looking at viewership, because we're in the middle of like where nobody in the US is really up right now, or not a lot anyway. And then overseas, they haven't woken up yet really, so.
You gotta find that spot. Yeah.
2K 1v1. Like, and here's the thing, you know the patch is not going to address any of the physics. This game has so many, like, game-breaking problems that the little problems that are part of the game aren't going to be adjusted. This tire model's not going to change in this patch, not even close. We're nowhere near that point in this game. And now that, I would love to know how much a percentage of their staff that got laid off. I would love to know what that number is. Like, it sucks because, like, I'm so checked out right now. I'm just sort of, like, driving around this track. I've been waiting for this guy to pass me because I have been giving him a lot of opportunities. I don't know if he's just toying with me at this point or what, but there you go. Go on, take the lead, sir. Take it away.
Heads up, you're not racing the back marker in front, just get past quickly.
You bet only 2 guys are doing anything in this game? I don't know. That sounds like a guess, but you could be right. Who knows? But what I know is that, from a streaming standpoint, this game is not sustainable. So I can't be throwing in the potential of my streaming ability with straight 4s, you know, gutting.
You got quite a few couple more diehard.
For what?
PMR.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's dwindling though. Trust me. Ask anybody who watches these streams. I was a big advocate of this game last week. In my past couple playtimes with it, I'm just I'm kind of checked out now. And then seeing the layoff, we're following that business model, which automatically puts me up against the higher ups at Stray 4. So.
What the hell? These cars are floating in the air, bro.
I don't know, man.
Huh? What the what? Oh man.
And like what I mean about the lighting problems, you will see the colors like of these rumble strips come through the car. Look at that. Look at that. Watch. Literally the colors of the ground come through the car. I wish we could both jump into Rensport right now. I mean, we can, you'd have to get it, but, like, I just don't even want to recommend anybody spend money on sim racing right now. Game-wise, outside of things like LMU, unless you're trying to be a diehard, there's just, like, nothing to play. Go play Forza Horizon, that's where I'm at. Well, GT7 I can't play on PC, so I don't really feel like doing that.
Yeah.
I have everything to stream it, I just don't... I don't feel like dealing with capture cards and... Don't think there's as big of a market for what? Do you have LMUs, Jamal?
No.
LMU plays really good. I'll give it that. Regardless of like what anybody thinks about the online experience, LMU plays fantastic. I'm actually at the point where I might rent a server to be able to just host lobbies. What is it? What's the does anybody know though, the manager for being able to rent lobbies for LMU? Because I'm at a point where, like, if LMU is going to become like, the problem is I want to get into a cross-play game because of console players. I have a lot of friends on console. Like, more of my friends who play video games are on consoles than they are on PC. So that's where I was hoping this game was going to be good, because this game checked all the boxes. I mean, this essentially was AMS2, you know,
Fantastic performance.
but broken.
Great job today.
So.
Really pulled it out of the bag.
But you know, this is my first time really getting into Sam's racing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I've always been playing arcade. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I'm like getting tired of it. You know what I'm saying? So I want more realism.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, right now, since you're on computer and you got a 5080, like, if you want, like, a real grind, like a real simulator experience, I would, like, iRacing is a full-time job. It's a full-time job. I got into it this weekend, and, like, the amount of it feels like, if you ever played Microsoft Flight Simulator back in the day, not now, but back in the day, it feels like that, where it's like, it's its own thing. It's not a video game. It's attempting to be a real simulator. But I don't know. It feels wonky not wonky. It's the wrong word for it. It feels, like LMU feels like what you should get into right now. If I can make a recommendation for someone who is on PC and wants a good simulator experience, that's also a good game, LMU. You know, I would say ACC, but ACC is arguably dead. And it's also only GT3. The one thing LMU doesn't have and will never have, unfortunately, is the Nordschleife. But
But
yeah,
see, um, I'm just like what you said earlier. You know what I'm saying? I'm more casual and like to just have fun. You know what I'm saying? I like the realism, but I still like to have just fun. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I don't like to get too serious. You know what I'm saying?
LMU is only like $750 for open lobby. I assume that's $750 a month. How that works? Like I'm ready to purchase a lobby and have my own open lobby. That so for because this is disheartening. Like right now, it says
They
the only lobby that's coming up on my feed is my own lobby that I know is closed. Refresh. All right, we got another one. Timmy Turtle. Locked though. Password.
how many cars
Good
does
night, TN.
LMU 19?
Let me go look. I don't know offhand. Let's get out of this game. Yeah, I think unfortunately I'm stepping away from this game until the patch. It's frustrating. It's too frustrating at this point to enjoy. Studio 397. Anybody was wondering. Clippy, I would do. I have both. I would do either. No, it was Le Mans Ultimate was or LMU was playing it. All right,
Oh,
so hypercars. All right, I'm just gonna count these out. So hello, hello.
hello?
What's up?
What's going on?
So
Living the dream. So LMP2, LMGT3.
what the hell? My shifter paddle came loose.
That's not good.
What the heck?
So do I think PMR has any single player benefit? Not really. I don't think the career mode is nearly as flushed out to keep you entertained.
Oh, week 13.
What's week 13 on? Is that
Yeah, that's on iRacing.
High
That's
racing?
like
Yeah.
where nothing actually counts. It's all just random
Yeah.
races.
But like, the big thing about LMU is it looks really good and it plays so well. Like when I uncap my frame rate, I'm getting almost 300 frames. It's kind of crazy.
How the graphics compare to Subject Motorman?
What's that? Hold on, I gotta turn down the game volume. What'd you say?
How the graphics compare to PMR?
They're better.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
PMR could be better. They just didn't put in the work to do it.
PMR looks like it's got a pretty ugly like color palette, and that really hurts it in my opinion.
Yeah, it don't have enough saturation.
I know they're trying to go for realism, but like don't get me wrong, LMU doesn't have a lot of detail in its graphics. But what it does detail, it looks really good. It's very clear. It doesn't look like I'm looking through a dirty lens, you know? And the thing is, it just plays so smooth.
It has a lot of effects too.
I still can't
Fun.
hear. This is ridiculous. These volumes are so
many-
loud in these games.
How many tracks does it have?
Not a whole lot.
Not very many.
It's the whole being limited by like WEC and stuff is really kind of a that's its shortcomings in my opinion. But like at the same time though, whatever. Racing's racing. I need a good racing experience and it's hard to find right now.
They changed the feel of the GT3s on iRacing.
Good or bad?
I don't know yet. That's
Oh.
whatever.
I thought you played it already.
No, not today.
Oh, and radar. How nice. Simple feature. I know where cars are. I'm not gonna lie though, Rensport is for a game that's barely a game, I get more out of it than a lot of them.
I don't understand what Red Sport is.
It's LMU, but JV. It's here's what Rensport is. It's LMU but JV. But it has a Nordschleife. It's not obviously WEC since it has a lot of the stuff that doesn't. But it's I don't know.
Is it possible to just jump in and race?
Single player or like online?
And Monza. Okay, yeah, so I doubt that M2 is very good.
Online, it's all competitive. There is no casual online yet. But I've only done 2 races, and I don't know if it like has like skill-based matchmaking like Call of Duty or what. But actually, it does only have rookie. Okay, so the lobbies are based off rank, so that's why. But like I've podiumed every race so far in Rensport.
Well, I mean, is there that many people on it? Right?
I'd have to go check right now.
I'm looking at it on Steam.
Yeah, it's probably to go by Steam though, because most of the players, just like Project Motor Racing, are console. Alright, what I'll do is I'll shoot over to Rensport right now and see if I can get into an online lobby. Oh. Like, I would love to be able to recommend someone just go buy it. I want to be able to recommend games for people, but like, I can't recommend shit.
There's not anything that besides Le Mans, which, I mean, I think is just a great game in general. There's not anything else that fills that gap between iRacing and like a Forza
Yeah.
game. And that seems worth it at least.
I'll be interested to see what happens with PMR in the coming months. I mean, there's really only 2 paths. It's No Man's Sky or it's Forza Motorsport Accelerated. Those are really the options.
There's nothing racing. Care at all about driving oval?
Do I care about driving oval?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Meh. If you're watching the stream still, I'm going to show you how bad their AI is. The cars drive fantastic, though. I don't know if it's like fictional, though, in the sense of where they have awesome grip, but the cars do drive great. At the end of the day, I really don't care because everybody, if they're playing the same game, everybody has the same physics. So if it's more fun, then it's more fun. Who cares? Because none of this is real. I hate to break it to the entire mass of the world when it comes to sim racing. None of this is real. Oh, no, it did it. Did I save it? I got it.
So the new content is not restarted. Let's go with
Oh, not paying attention. That's on me. No, the AI is, the AI in this game is hysterical. Oh my god, the AI is literally racing in the grass right now.
Is that the video you showed earlier?
No, that was, I believe, AC Evo.
Sport works really good though. Looking at it, I like how it works.
It plays really good. And my frame rate's fluctuating right now because I'm streaming. This game will lock at 144 if I'm not streaming, which is my refresh rate. There's been a couple times where I've hit some curbs and I've been on 2 wheels, but had control. Their mirrors are where their like graphics lack. Oh man.
Oh, it has a ring?
What's that?
It has the ring?
Yeah.
It's a sound of it, I think. There you go.
Lamar's ultimate. Seven tracks and five tracks on the DLC. Well, that's terrible altogether. But you got to buy the DLC to get the other five.
I will say the DLC is the only simulator with an unrestricted LMP2, which is like a wicked card. No other sim has that one.
We have a lack of content.
It's really hard to do the quality because they scan.
Oh my god, AI. AI in this game is like hot garbage, man.
Yeah, so they scan in the same way that something like iRacing will, and they do a really good job with it. But they can't have the funds to do that unless they're making the money with something like iRacing. So they just try to make their scope a lot smaller, I think.
I think with the update on, they're supposed to give with like 1 or 2 tracks. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
If you're talking to me, I can barely hear because I gotta turn the volume of the game down.
And I think like a couple of cars. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. LMP3 they're bringing. And something else. But have you watched the latest dev update? What LMU did?
For LMU?
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't stayed super up to
What time zone are you, Flippy? But like, regardless of what the AI is doing right now, this driving experience is pretty fun. For some reason I can't hear you guys right now.
Right here.
Now I can. Like, I am throwing this car around, and it likes it.
That's what I need. I need those training wheels.
That BMW behind me is aggressive. The fact that I could stay locked right there is wild. Eyes on the road. Oof. That was a battle. But like, poor AI or not, that feels good.
What do you like about it? Can you hear me?
Very barely. You sound like underwater right now. I don't know if it's because you're like streaming on Discord or what. Let me see if I can get into a race. Rookie, amateur. I think I can get into amateur and rookie. Can't get into that. Alright, let's, no players, though. That's the only problem. Register up. See what happens. Oh, wait. What is this? Never mind. Withdraw.
Is it working?
Yeah, whatever you got going on with your Discord, you're like very quiet.
Oh boy, now.
Me?
No, Clippy.
Oh boy, now.
I don't want to drive either of these cars. That's the problem. Yeah, see, like right now, there's no one really playing this game online.
Everybody waiting for that LMU for tomorrow.
What's up?
I said everybody waiting for that LMU for tomorrow.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. I might be playing that Wednesday. It's not unless Project Motor Racing releases a patch prior to that. I'm gonna be playing LMU. It's just unfortunate state of gaming right now is or I should say of sim racing is just got PMR, actually not that bad. Again, yes, it needs touching up, but I don't think any game in the last few years hasn't had that issue. Well, hopefully you didn't buy it at the worst possible time because after the layoffs today, you never know.
Yeah, it sucks.
Any better?
Not really.
Okay. I'm not sure why then.
Do you have multiple mics?
Oh. It's a USB mic. I don't know if that would be a problem with it.
Yeah, because you sound like you're standing in front of a fan.
Well, I'll turn on isolation. Ah, is this better?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. It was running through my webcam.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was doing something like that. Had a feeling just based off that sound. It was like sounded like it was picking up a mic that was further away or something. So you're in iRacing right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming my screen. Just like random dirt 13 week races.
Gotcha. Oh man, I don't know what to do. That's two streams in a row now with Project Motor Racing that I've the wind has been pulled out of my sails.
Mm.
Go give it a try to 13th week. You don't have to take anything serious. It's not official. Nothing actually matters.
No. That's unfortunately how I view all video games. Nothing actually matters. All right, let me. Oh, that's not
As you
iRacing.
can see. Oh my lord. Holy shit. Everyone's spinning. You're all flipping.
I might have to go back to playing where winds meet.
Yeah, right.
What is that?
It's not a racing game.
I'm not in a racing game, but it's an awesome game though.
What is it?
It's like a action RPG.
Sounds like fun.
Oh yeah, it's good, and it's free. On top of that, I couldn't believe that it was free.
What is it? Like, if you had to describe it.
It's kind of like Ghost of Tsushima.
Ooh.
mixed with
But RPG?
yeah. It, but it's deeper than that though. You know what I'm saying? Ghost of Tsushima has a better story, but this game right here just man, it got so much to do in it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Everyone is dying. This is hilarious.
Going on, Mr. Viking King. So how do I get into that? See, this is what I'm still learning iRacing. So
Here, I'll leave if you want to go and join a practice session.
I'm on my. I prefer to not do dirt
is a-
stuff if possible. I mean, I would prefer to.
No. We don't have to.
Yeah.
But there's tons of free cars that we can go drive.
Yeah. I mean, I have a GT3. I have a Mustang I bought.
I don't know if they're running GT3 races right now.
No.
I was trying to figure it out. Week 13, they always do weird stuff. So.
Yeah. Viking Racing has been less than stellar on Project Motor Racing, that's for sure. Fatigue.
So go to official.
All right, official.
Left
Okay.
side column. Yep.
Street Stock
Okay,
Series.
and that is oval. So where it says registration expires. You see that?
Registration, yes.
Where it says all series, go down and click sports car.
Sports car.
No, right. To all series.
Yeah, you remember you're behind what you're viewing.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so yeah, they don't have much running right now,
So they just got the MX-5 Cup.
which we can go drive if you'd like. But
Yeah, I don't care.
just tell me which session number you're joining.
I don't know where
The
that is.
practice. Nope, not that one. That's the race. You want to join the race?
All right. See how? That's what I don't understand. How do I go back?
Go down.
That
Top
right there.
left.
Got it. So where is the practice then? Just
Go down below the races tab.
Oh, so you stream?
Go back into MX5 though.
back in MX5. Below this, practices. Gotcha. I guess number 71. That sound right?
That's German. It's gonna have really bad ping. So
Okay.
you want to do like
so-
either American or British usually.
All right. So then number 282 is American.
That's fine.
Okay. Join practice. Oh, let me put my round wheel on if I'm getting in the MX5. You know, authenticity and all that jazz.
Yeah, tomorrow they'll have GT3s open. They have a bunch of content being released tomorrow too.
Yeah, I'm torn if I wanted to start streaming iRacing or LMU as like my diehard sim. This is
The
what
thing
sucks
is-
about having too many things.
Yeah.
You don't know
The
what
thing
to
with
do.
iRacing is once you jump into it, it takes up your all your time.
Oh, I know.
Like if you really want to. And so, like I like LMU, but I'd never spend any time in it because
I like the way LMU drives compared to iRacing. I'll say that.
I'm starting to like it. I'm not gonna say I like it more, but I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I like it more than Assetto Corsa, which is that's surprising.
right.
Oh, you have the racing light on. Oh, no.
Yeah, I have the racing line on because I don't know half of the tracks it's forcing me to race, and I don't know the physics well enough yet, so.
There's probably some posted sessions up with GT3 running.
I don't understand why my stream constantly gets behind.
You're like really far behind.
Like when I'm watching it on YouTube to look at chat,
Yeah, I see that.
like you have to constantly refresh it. Because in real time... Oh, Jesus, I'm looking at chat. Get back on the road.
Yeah, who are you?
I gotta turn the volume up. Is there... Okay, let me ask you this question, seriously. Is there any way to turn the volume down while in the car?
Yes. You just have to bind it.
Oh, okay. So, the short answer is no. Until I bind it. Because I haven't bound it yet, so...
Oh,
Let me...
well, I mean, yeah.
Let me leave the car then, since it doesn't really matter. Alright, so I've left the car. Let me go bind this.
You have to go to settings, audio, and then master volume.
Master
louder,
volume.
and then audio controllers. And quieter. Have you set up voice chat?
No.
Probably don't. People are toxic.
Oh, that's too quiet now. Go 50.
You can also change audio levels for different stuff in there too.
Yeah. I do wish there was view changing in this game, though.
There is. Oh,
I
like
don't-
third person?
No, I'd screw third person. Just like different. Like I'm a big bumper cam guy. I know a lot of people don't like bumper cam. I like my bumper cam or hood cam.
It's a real simulator.
Yeah, I know. keep telling yourself that. It's
real
real.
life.
Yeah.
Spent too much money on it for it to not be.
Right.
Hello, dude. Yeah, good.
Is that you in the yellow one behind me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, there I go.
And that's what a lot of people complain about with it. And like everyone that I've tried that's new, they have a lot of trouble once they get to the limit keeping it on the track. And they don't have trouble in any other sim.
Yeah.
And I don't really know what to tell people because I don't know how they're
No,
driving wrong.
I have to go back to the pit because I have no control now. Yeah, I couldn't tell you either. Like they'll especially in the MX-5s, man, they come out so easy. It's weird because they're just not fast cars. I don't know why cars that are this slow have such a hard time here. Just pass me.
You do need to get the tires warm. That's a big factor. Like, that does matter. So.
I do like the force feedback in this game, regardless of what anybody says. I'll say that. Oh, look, it happened again. Dude, so the downshifting, it seems to do it.
Yeah, you can't.
Jesus, there's just no recouping once you... Oh, my God.
No. It's not there's no forgiveness.
And that's...
A lot of people like that, and a lot of people do not.
So... Fun factor, that is the opposite of the fun factor. I get why people would like it, but I'm an aggressive driver. I always have. I am. Dude, this is. I'm on. It's like I'm on glass, man.
I'm barely turning my wheel too, but it's because I have like what 5,000 laps in this car, maybe more. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I drove this thing forever. I've tried to get some of my friends into it, and they struggle with this simulator. They all want to go back to Assetto Corsa or something.
Yeah, it's not. I already told my buddy, he was like, I'm thinking about getting into iRacing. I'm like, well, just know that it's a full-time job. Like, the best way I can explain iRacing compared to the rest of the Sims is that this one feels like a full-time job. Everything.
You literally need to practice. And sometimes that practice is not going to be fun.
Yeah.
And people don't like that. And I understand it. Like, I get it.
Like, I want to have to practice, but, like, at the end of the day, I shouldn't, like, you're not,
Try and go full throttle there.
in my opinion, it's like Call of Duty versus PUBG. I don't know if you ever played PUBG.
I tried to.
So like I'm a PUBG guy. I hate Call of Duty. However, I'm not necessarily better at PUBG than I am at Call of Duty. But PUBG is the iRacing of shooters, essentially. You have to know how to shoot. You can be out in the open field and win a gunfight 10 out of 10 times if you're a better shooter. Call of Duty, first person to see the other person usually wins. Oh my God, what the... Is that where we're at? Is that where we're at? I was actually about to complete my first ever lap in this practice session.
He just...
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. What is he thinking? Dude, he targeted me. This man targeted me.
I will say, if you go and watch a fast lap, they're almost never breaking here. Like, it's stupid what people are able to do in this car. But that's the problem with iRacing, is the skill ceiling is so high in comparison to any other sim that people feel lost once they get into it. And the rookie lobbies, like 1,000 IR to 2,000 IR, is not fun. In my opinion, it's so wrecky, it's so... People are so aggressive. That's not where the fun of the sim is.
Yeah. I just don't know if I can pick this sim up as a streaming thing.
I mean, do you not think it's the biggest sim?
It is. I do, but I mean, like, I don't know if I can pick it up from like a... I don't know. I don't know. This is what's tough about like wanting to stream, wanting to have fun. I want to do what I want to do ultimately, and even if that hurts me, but
if you look at streamers that are doing iRacing, a lot of them, like, they'll have fun, but a lot of times they're pretty pissed off.
That's my point. I'm
barely talking because they're taking it so serious.
Yeah. And like I can tell you that like I'm not going to be skilled enough to be the silent type. Like you have two kinds of streamers. You have successful streamers, I mean. The quiet type that are really good and people watch them for their skill set, or the entertaining kind that doesn't really matter how good they are or not because they're watching them to be entertained. I'm going for more the entertaining type. But how entertaining I am, I have absolutely no idea. But what I can tell you is I don't see me being a great racer anytime soon because I don't take it seriously enough. I come from real racing. I'm good. I play video games to get out of the drama. Like, I come from the street racing world, and there is nothing more toxic when it comes to racing than street racing. It is the most the most toxic form of racing you can get involved with. Like, you know, the average... I refuse to gamble, too, in a lot of the street racing things because it gets so out of hand. Like, I mean, they have individual races that go for 50 grand. And it's like...
Jesus.
Yes, it's insane what the street is like. Because the street... it just got smoked again. The street is essentially the real thing without structure. Regardless of how... What?
How are the street races happening?
In terms
Who's
of
putting those on?
people on the street. It's not... There's nothing official. There's nothing legal about it.
Ah.
Yeah. So... I don't do it anymore, but my what do you call it?
Are you talking about cycles, or are you talking about
I'm talking about street bikes, like full-blown street bikes.
Then yes, I do know what you're talking about.
Like my Busa is a 270 horsepower all-motor Busa. That's one of my bikes. Like, the reality is that, so my personal... I have a bucket list achieved speed in real life, GPS speed. I'm about 20 miles an hour short of that, but my right now, my highest actual achieved GPS is 230. So, like, I've gone 230 on a motorcycle. Going 120 in an MX-5 in a simulator, I don't need to be competitive with that. I want to have fun. You know? I just want to have a good time with my friends, is what I'm trying to achieve out of sim racing, you know?
Yeah. And I will say the only real way to do that in iRacing is the endurance racing, and the endurance racing is great. But you have to prepare for it. You have to schedule it, you have to prepare for it, you have to take it seriously. Like, you don't necessarily have to do that with other games.
Like, it's weird. I do like the way this game drives, if you relax and just go to drive the game, it drives really good. I do like that about iRacing. It's got this very nonchalant form of racing. But if you're in the mood to push it, like, you're gonna be pissed off.
Well, that's not how you be fast.
No, I know.
You're not. I mean, well, I'm just saying, like, there's no car so far that I've found where I'm faster by pushing it. I'm faster by getting a little bit better at trail braking. I'm faster by getting a little bit better with my turn in or being a little bit smoother. I'm never faster braking later. Like, almost ever.
True.
In all honesty.
True.
I get to the limit really fast.
But the problem when you don't know where the limit is you don't know where the limit is. So that's
yeah.
Like, if I don't know how fast I can take this turn until I crash, I don't know. Like, for the one thing I've noticed with iRacing in my limited time on it, especially in the GT3 stuff, is that you feel right before the spin out, you feel like you're bulletproof. There is no, like, trailing off of grip. There's
that's always been a big problem.
Yeah, and that's what whoa, that was a good wreck. That's what I don't like about iRacing so far. There is zero warning signs that you're at the limit until you hit the limit, and then when you hit the limit,
no way to save it.
Exactly. So
yeah.
It's forcing you to drive cautiously when you really, it's, you know, like I said, if you're going around the track casually, yes, it's a very slow learner where you can have some fun and learn to go faster that way. But if you want to get out there and take what you know about a track and from another game and try and drive like you're in another game or sim or whatever makes you feel better, you're gonna have a terrible time with iRacing. iRacing is its own, you know, learning curve, and I'm okay with that. I got nothing against that, but I would like a savable experience. Believe it or not, Rensport has been the only game that I can play that when I start to lose it, I can save it through using common sense. Like, Project Motor Racing clearly has this bug with oversteer, where when you start to oversteer and you countersteer out of it, if you full lock countersteer in the opposite direction, as soon as you hit full lock, it spins you out completely. Like, it immediately turns you around, but not in the direction that your front tires are facing. It's weird. You have to, like, train yourself to not lock the wheel out and countersteer, or it will force you to spin out. But
it'll spin you the other way.
It'll spin. So if you're let's say you're oversteering left, so your tail comes out to the left, your left tire comes out, and you countersteer, you turn the front tires to the left as well to countersteer against it. About halfway into that countersteer is like optimum. If you travel further, it spins you out, but it doesn't countersteer you spin out. You just spin out all the way left with your rear tires. Like, the biggest problem in real life when you're countersteering is if you countersteer too much, you'll jackknife the car back the other direction and you'll end up spinning out from the opposite way. Where in Project Motor Racing, if you lock the wheel out, you're guaranteeing you finish off the oversteer. Or not the oversteer, the oversteer, yes. It's a very weird feeling. I don't like it, and it's... But 220 club, but not 230. Yeah, I mean, it's I done it in my own bike, but I've done 200 a lot more times than I wish I could say. Like, unfortunately, just about. So I was an avid half-mile racer, straight line, of course, because that's what most of the, when you start building big power stuff, you race straight. Plus, you don't race boosters on turns. But so my Busa would do about 210 in the half mile. So
insane.
For me though, that is, you know, going back to Fast and the Furious where they're joking about 10-second car. I have a 10-second bike, but it's a half mile instead of a quarter mile. So, like, you'll commonly hear me say GT3s are slow. Now, I'm obviously not referring to turning and stuff like that. Yeah, I know. I know that's why they're not like they're built. But I'm saying, though, when I say, like, a Group C car is fast, a GT3 car is slow. I am referring to harnessing the raw power of how fast they can actually go in a straight line, you know.
I mean, same thing with F1 cars. They're getting
Yeah.
slowed down next year. Like,
Yeah.
They're,
But like
it's hard to drive and talk.
yeah, I know.
It's
As
not
soon as
the
I get
sim
as soon
for
as
it.
I get
Like,
to a turn,
yeah, I know what you mean.
like I have to wonder too how much the driving line is holding me back in this, because
It is, but until you feel comfortable to turn it off, the driving line is not where you need to be going. But
yeah, oh,
that's what
it
so
never
many people are just going.
it never, the driving line is always, even in Gran Turismo, is like a suggestion. It's like it's never the fastest line. I think it's funny that they even made a point to get that across in the movie with Martinborough, that his lines were faster than the recommended line. I
Yeah,
just thought that was funny, but even the game is admitting the game's line is not where you want to go.
no, you're braking at the wrong spots for sure. Whenever you have it on, and you're not driving on the feel of the car, you're just driving
Yeah.
to follow a line.
Where's Project Patch? It's binned for now. Until the new patch comes out, I won't be playing it. I just
Have they put a release on it? Release date?
No, it'll just release like 501 or 1501 just randomly released, and I got lucky because I benefited from it because it released 5 minutes before I went live, so I had to change my game plan for that stream. I assume you're in first right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in second, and it's going nowhere fast. Alright, so I stayed locked right there. So right here, you said stay locked? That doesn't work.
No, no, not quite.
That doesn't quite work.
You can pretty much make it.
Oh, I'm
Just a
cooked.
tap
I
on
can't
the
even
brakes.
accelerate. I'm cooked. I
Yeah,
lost.
just come back to the pits.
Yeah.
I'm right at the front of them.
Alright. But no, it's got like I like iRacing. I already know what this is from the little bit of time I played it, and I'm just questioning if it's what I truly want to put my time into,
Maybe
because
it's not. I mean, for a lot of people, I don't think it needs to be.
well, for me at the end of the day, I want to hang out with my friends and play video games with my friends, and
Sure.
an arcade game can fill that void. As long as all that matter, the biggest target for me is fun, not realism, because I'm never going to get the realism feature out of any sim. Like, nothing about what I'm doing right now feels real to me, and I've spent a good amount of time ripping an MX-5 around turns in real life, and like,
Yeah.
while this is fun in its own video game sense, like, you know, this isn't doing anything for me from a real life standpoint. But I don't care about that. I'm literally not doing this for realism. I'm doing this for fun, you know? So for me, what game right now is going to get me the most, you know, ear-to-ear grin, smile fun? Project Motor Racing was doing that for a minute, you know, and then the fatigue set in of the problems and the fun wore off. A big part of what bums me out with LMU is just not having the Nordschleife, man. Like, I just love that track. I can do solo lap after solo lap after solo lap on that track.
Do you have it in this game yet?
Yeah, that's the only track I bought. Oh, sorry, I bought Daytona as well, but that's the only track I bought. Or I should say, I got a license. I got the 2-year subscription, and then I literally bought the Nordschleife. But then I was bummed out when I saw that you have to spend 50 cents an hour to host a lobby. I was like, come on, leave me alone.
Yeah, and then you want to know something else that really sucks is once you get into the session, like if you make it a multi-class race where you put in a ton of cars to like make it multiple cars, you can't leave and change your car.
Ugh,
Once you join the hosted session, you're stuck to one car.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's been a complaint for a long time. But in my opinion, iRacing doesn't care because they like.
It's been
They're only
around for
letting
so
hosted-
long. They're like,
Well, they're only letting hosted sessions happen because they're like, oh yeah, y'all can have a little bit of fun. But that's,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not where their development time goes to.
yeah.
I get it. It just really sucks.
And like that's why I say like right now Rensport feels like a wild card because it could go kind of either direction. Where that game could be dead and buried in 6 months and not even exist, or
So,
it could
do you
be
think there's
a comeback success story. You know, right now the game feels great. Like the driving experience, the AI is horrible. Ignore that, but unfortunately, without AI and without a single player mode, like a campaign anyway, or whatever, career mode, there is no way to sustain it without people playing it. And there's not a lot of people playing it.
That's what I'm gonna say. Like, I mean, there's just. Why would anyone ever come back to it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Crossplay
honestly,
and console players. Console players only have
Sure.
Gran Turismo. You know?
Sure. Yeah. Do you think there's that big of a market for
I per-
actual sim racing on console?
I personally think crossplay is the future of all games, no matter how fun, arcadey, or straight simulation. Because there's a reason like consoles are going, maybe not the next generation, but they are going towards more intuitive OSs where you can do stuff more like Windows.
At what point is console just Steam though? At what point does crossplay not really matter?
Well, it depends. I mean, the reality is that gaming will succeed even better when it's ease of access. So, for example, if let's just say Xbox is Steam, and I can go buy an Xbox for $500. Well, not anymore. But let's just hypothetically say I can go buy an Xbox for $500, or I can build a $5,000 PC. That same person, regardless of what they do, has access to the exact same game, and they can play with each other. You know. Now,
But a $500 PC can play iRacing just fine. I mean, people will say it can't, but it can.
I'm sure it can, but
I was on a
it's
1660 Super like 2 years ago. It ran fine.
yeah. But
And,
what about?
I mean, you're turning graphics down. But
Yeah, of course. But what about all the games that can't? You know, I'm not talking just iRacing. I'm talking all race. This game here is never going to be for the casual.
Sure. So LMU could. I don't know. I think it said, of course it could. I don't know anything about PMR or Rensport for that matter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on what you consider to be playable too, as far as frame rate's concerned. I was like, are you 30, 60 frames? What would you say is the sort of needs to be a targeted frame rate for a sim to be playable, or a racing game, whatever?
I mean, it matters what resolution you really care about pushing. I'm on triple 1440.
Yeah.
I'm on a 5070 Ti, maxed out on settings, getting like 130, 140.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seems fine to me. Anything above around 100, 115, I stop being able to tell a difference.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
For me, I see frame pacing really bad. I don't know if it's just because I have like OCD, but like I don't care if it's 60 frames, 100 frames, or 200 frames. When I see a massive fluctuation, that will bother me more than a targeted frame rate of like say like a PlayStation at a locked 60 frames looks better because your eyes will always get used to the overall frame rate than a 120 frames that's all over the place from a frame pacing standpoint. Like that's why AC Evo looks god awful to me right now, is because I want to say it now. I'm not a coder. I want to say it's got a memory leak issue though, because the way it does exactly what a game does when it has memory leak issues, where the performance drastically reduces over the course of playing it until you restart the game and it's fine again, and then it's like on a time limit. And what was I gonna say? And not only does the performance degrade, but the frame pacing gets terrible. So that's why I like the Steam.
Are you
or not-
basically saying fluctuations in
Yeah.
frame rate?
So like essentially, yes, fluctuation in frame rate. So let's just say you have for the sake of even easy numbers, you're 100 frames per second, right? That's your average frame rate, 100 frames per second. Now, let's just say there's 100 milliseconds to that. So if one of your frames is taking 10 times as long as some of your other frames, you're going to see that, even though it's 100 average FPS. So, like, the 0.1 lows and stuff like that, they affect visual smoothness so much more. So if you ever, like, look up, there's so many ways to, like, monitor things, but if you ever, like, look up frame times instead of frame rate will just take an average, but the low number and the high number, Steam will actually show you that. It's pretty cool. I didn't know they did that. That must have been more of a, or I just haven't paid attention. But on the Steam overlay, it will show you your highs and your lows. So, like, if I'm getting a locked 144 frames, that doesn't mean I'm getting 144, like, the frame time is the same. So you'll see, like, when I was in Project Motor Racing, I was getting about 120 real frames, and my lows were in the 30s. And my highs were almost 200. So what was actually happening is I'm seeing what's perceived as, like, stutter. And it's essentially just frame timing being differently, because frames aren't being all rendered at the exact same amount of time, even though the average frame rate is a set number. I'm doing a terrible job of explaining it, but, like, whereas if you could lock the frame rate out to 60, and it literally, the frame times of all 60 of those frames are the exact same amount of time, that will look smoother than over 100 frames where it's all over the place.
Because it's never fluctuating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Happens a lot with rain racing on iRacing.
Yeah. It's funny too, even with a 5090, if I can play with some of the settings in this thing where I can tank my frame rate. Absolutely tank it.
That's from LOD stuff, right? Like
what I've noticed that hurts frames a lot in this is shadows. So if I turn the shadows to absolute maximum, like, it will knock off like 60 frames. Screen space reflections knocks off a bunch of frames. There's a couple of, because I'm talking, like, and it's a pain in the ass to do it in this game because of how long it takes to load a simulation, but I'm talking to get a desired frame rate in the game to look as best it possibly can. I mean, I was checkboxing every single setting to find what hurt my frame rate the most, and what it visually changed in the game. It's like right now I don't have foliage on, so my grass is essentially a texture. I also don't like the way it looks in iRacing too. It's very shimmery because there's not really a good anti-aliasing in this because it doesn't have anything new. It doesn't have
it doesn't have DLSS,
yeah.
which is just awful.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing, like, DLAA would run this game at native 4K or native whatever your resolution is. And it would get you more frames than MSAA, which looks worse. MSAA is ancient. Like, TAA is better than MSAA. Oh boy, I'm sliding off the track. Like, even AMS2, they just recently added in their most recent patch, they added TAA, and it is so much better than all of their other options. But you would think a game like this that is just so well funded, and it's not going anywhere, no matter what anybody thinks about it, it's literally never going to die.
I will say that is one thing that's really nice about it, is you can have trust that, I mean, they have a track record that they're slow, but they do it.
Yeah.
Like, they do all these things that people ask for. It just takes years.
Yeah.
And I mean, you kind of just have to decide if you're okay with that.
Yeah. Like, right now, my buddy has a decent laptop. It's a laptop I actually sold him. It's got a, what is it? It's a 14-core Intel chip. It's got a 3080 laptop version. It's got 64 gigs of RAM. Like, but the problem is it's in a laptop, so it's never going to run anything like a desktop, just strictly on heat alone. It's always going to throttle. But he has that, and he has his PS5. And he has a lot of money in the sim gear, and I don't know what to tell him to get, because every time I recommend him get something, it's just not a good experience for him.
Like PS5?
he has PS5 and he has that laptop, but he doesn't like AMS2's driving. He doesn't like the slide physics. I get it. I like the game. It's fun to me, but I understand why people don't like the slide physics. The slide physics, though, I'm convinced, are an animation and not an actual physics, because you're sliding, but you're not out of control at all. It's just part of the animation, it feels like. But, looking at chat. That's what happens when you look at chat while streaming. And they say don't text and drive. This is why. The second I'm not looking at the road, I'm crashing. It's kind of crazy. It's like immediate.
Gotta be so smooth to be fast in this game.
Yeah.
And I don't even realize it whenever I'm driving, because it's just how I learned to drive, but other sims don't drive like this.
No, nothing does. And that's another thing I struggle with, is that every sim talks about realism and realism. It's like, okay, cool. Well, if you're all realistic, then you should all drive the same. Like, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So at the end of the day, the whole realistic thing, I don't give a shit about. I really, truly don't. For me, it's fun, and does the game have a shelf life? That's how I got, because I got to look at it from a time standpoint. You know, as much as I was having fun with PMR, I feel like I have to abandon ship because it's sinking fast. I'm on the Titanic right after it hit the iceberg. That was release day. You know, it's just patch 1.5. It'll be fine. And then, you know, the ship split in half today when they fired everybody. So, you know, at this point, I don't know if it's going to be a ship anymore. I assume you're letting out.
Oh, yeah.
Like, slowing down quite a bit. Because, like, when I start catching you, I'm like, all right, this kid ain't trying.
No, I'm not even. Like, but I mean, I don't know. Just cruising.
It's fine. It's fine. You're a bully, I get it.
Try in general, like, letting out of the brakes earlier. This car has more grip than you think it does.
Yeah. Are you trying to break it free?
Yeah. It's not easy. Doesn't have the power to.
Yeah. So you said you have LMU, but...
It's not downloaded right now.
Yeah.
I'm
really considering renting a server, because that's a game that could be a good amount of fun. Oh, late breaking.
How does that work?
So I haven't done it yet. I gotta figure it out. But essentially, you rent a server that you pay monthly for, and it never goes down. So it's like you can leave it, and the lobby's still up.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's got to be a lot.
So I think I was told, at least in this chat, it was told $7.50 a month. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'll happily pay that, because that's what, 15 hours of iRacing? Lobby,
Yeah.
I mean? Because
Yeah,
at 50
it
cents,
is.
so. And that's another thing that hurts me with this game. Like, okay, you know what? If I'm going to grind the game, I'll get into it. But how quickly it is to waste money in this game is, you know.
It's
You just gotta-
debatable. Is it wasted if you've spent, like, I've bought tracks, Watkins Glen. Let me use Watkins Glen for example. I bought Watkins Glen about 4 weeks after I got the sim. I probably have 1,000 races at Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
different cars and different tracks. Official races, endurance races, like for $12 or whatever it was that I got Watkins Glen for. Holy crap!
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I've gotten-
I'm a huge Watkins Glen fan.
well, I'm just saying that a lot of the major tracks, they all get raced the same.
Yeah.
Like Lime Rock, Watkins Glen, Brands Hatch. This one is always racing for MX5 Summit Point. But so I understand where people are coming from, but at the same time, I'm like, you could put $60 into this game and pretty much race it every season.
Yeah.
For years.
I'm still gonna. Here's the thing. I'm still gonna play this. I have to figure out, because I have a lot of time. I will say that I'm self-employed, so I have a freer schedule. That's why I stream twice a day, or try to, 3 times a week anyway. So for me,
you want to go jump into a hosted?
What's that?
With GT3? Do you want to go jump into a hosted race with GT3?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's go get my ass kicked.
It's not a. It's just a hosted practice session.
Oh, okay, perfect.
But
perfect.
I can tell you the name of it and everything, or at least I should be able to. Is it still open? Which GT3 do you have?
I have the Mustang.
Oh, that one's closed. Nice. Good choice.
Yeah, it's been pretty solid in every other sim I've tried, so I was like, well, that's a good starter for this one. I'll see how it is. And so far, it honestly, like, when I lose it, I feel like I'm driving the car. The car feels like it has the grip that it should have in real life. Go to what?
That hosted tab on the left side, right under leagues.
Yep.
And then this is kind of complicated. So this is not good. I'm just saying they don't have this set up in a good way. But these are all go to grid view. You see where it says list view?
Yeah. Grid view.
Oh, you're behind. Okay. Then you just kind of have to look for one that is GT3 racing and is open.
Low and slow. This is iRacing. So
Suzuka is F4. That one's closed.
like as complex as LMU is, by comparison, it pales to this. Like,
you said you have Daytona?
I have Daytona, yeah. I see Daytona here.
The JFR?
Yeah.
Update real quick.
What's up?
All right, yep. So yeah, this is just an open practice. You have to select a car first. Like once you click on it.
Yep, got my car.
And then you should be able to join.
It says unavailable still.
Is it?
Yeah.
I haven't checked it. Ford Mustang. It's saying register for me. I'm not sure why.
Oh, it's rating 1. I'm still no. That shouldn't matter because I'm 2.5, right? Yeah.
Rookie 1.0.
Yeah.
No, and that doesn't matter for. Usually, it doesn't matter for. People don't set that for hosted stuff.
Select car, Ford Mustang GT3.
Not letting you in.
It's just says unavailable.
That is weird. It's saying available to me. Do you have VIR?
No. I've only bought Daytona and
I think VIR is included. It might be. But yeah, this is the frustrating part of iRacing is you have to invest in it.
Oh, hold on. Maybe do I have to withdraw from this race first?
Oh, yes.
Withdraw.
Yeah, I won't let you join anything unless you withdraw.
Let's get out of that. All right, so let's go back to Daytona. Select car, GT3. Okay, now it says register. Got it.
Okay, yeah, we'll go drive that. We'll jump in the Mustang.
All right, time to switch wheels again because, it's just what I gotta do.
You don't have Spa either.
No. Spa, Lamont and Watkins Glen are my next purchases in this. That when I feel like spending $45.
Do you know? Do you?
To
Do you know how to
racetracks I
go
have
to
on
the-
every other sim.
Yeah, I completely understand.
You know?
Do you know how to go to the forums and everything?
No, I don't know anything about this. I literally just got this over the weekend and played around with it. In fact, it took me a little bit of a while to figure out why this game was having a massive stuttering and flickering problem. And it's incredible. I don't know what I would do without the internet because so I have Simagic hardware and I have the haptics on my pedals, and that's on by default in iRacing. That was literally turning them off, the telemetry fixed the problem. I would have never guessed that my haptics on my pedals were causing my visual experience to be flickering.
It's such a janky sim.
Like, what? And it wasn't like it was happening when they were getting input, any kind of telemetry. It was just happening randomly. I thought it was like a graphics bug. So I'm going through all the graphic settings, can't figure it out. Screen space reflections, turned it off, on, nothing. And of course, half the settings, you got to restart the sim for them to actually apply. So that takes a while. And then I finally found it on Google, and I'm like, ooh, this guy has a flickering issue. And he has Simagic, and he turned off the haptics, and it's solved. Lo and behold, that solved it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. How is that the problem? I play with computers a long time, and it still is astounding to me, the problems that are created from randomness. All right, we're in. Let me go to the bathroom quick, and then I'll jump in. So if anybody in chat right now wants to do me a huge favor and look up the cost, like send me a link or something for the official cost of setting up a server in LMU. All right, let's see. So
Landon Norris.
all right, like right now I'm getting 89 frames.
Yeah, I am too. It's because you have the stands on. You're CPU limited. You're not GPU limited.
But I had this all like dialed earlier. Interesting.
It's only Daytona.
But I'm saying I tested on Daytona.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
No, I never get good frames on the straight on Daytona. It gets better on the back straight and everything, but yeah.
Oh, I got a black flag because I was not paying attention and I was just driving through the pits at speed.
Yeah, to come back.
Yeah. Let me check my graphic settings and see if I turned something on that I don't know about. Maybe it was shadows, I think I might have turned on. I don't know. Oh, I have shadow maps on. Let me turn that stuff back off. Apply. Let me quit and come back in. So yeah, I found out. Yeah, for a lot of the graphic settings, you have to relaunch the sim to disable them and enable them.
Okay.
Yeah, it took me a long time to figure out what settings do what. Shadows tank frame rate on certain maps. So we'll see if I get any of it back now. It sucks because shadows are extreme. I mean, the game still has like shadows baked into its actual design, but they're like texture graphics. They're not like an animated shadow. Or texture shadows, not on animated shadows. What I'm trying to say. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's getting late. But
Time zone are you in?
what's that?
What time zone are you in?
Eastern. So it's 2.
Jeez.
Where are you?
Central.
Gotcha. Oh, you're only an hour back. No, wait, that's Mountain. Yeah, no, you're... Wait, what time is it? For you?
1.
Okay. So you're an hour back.
I don't like GT3. I never have.
I just think it's like a... I don't know, it's... Here's the problem with GT3. They're not fun because... Realistically, they're not fun because they're not fast enough, power-wise, and they have an insane amount of actual grip. That's why I don't like GT4. It's even worse because they're even slower. But they have just, like, they're grippy, they work. They turn when you want them to turn, they brake when you want them to brake, and they're just predictable, and you follow the line, and that's it. And they do everything you want them to do. There's no managing of out of controlness. You know, that's why I'm a huge...
This chicane. Holy crap, what is that?
And guess what? Now I'm getting my locked frame rate of 144 just by turning off the shadow slider.
Wow. You were down to 80 frames per second on a 5090?
Yep.
That's insane.
Yep. Just with shadows. I turned the shadows off and now I'm parked at 144, which means I think... Okay, this is... I thought I had my pit limiter mapped, but I guess I don't. Yeah, I got nothing, so... But,
Let me know once you're leaving.
I just left. I'm
okay.
I'm currently still in the pits, but I'm driving out.
You're 10 seconds ahead. Okay, I'll wait for you to come down.
Alright. Oh. Driving right past that. And spinning out. What's going on, studio? We checked out a PMR about an hour ago. I've decided to hang it up until the patch comes out, and then I'll revisit it and see if it's any better. But in the meantime, it's a no-go for me. And I was definitely one of the more positive people.
And the only positive one.
Yep. I tried, man. I had fun, and I was living on the fun thing, and unfortunately the fun has dissipated to, there's just plenty of other... Yeah, man, I'm struggling right now, man. You know what's funny is that I'm worse on this track than I am on the Nordschleife with this car.
I believe it.
I've put so much time into the Nordschleife, and like solos, just running down that track. Whoa, wow, where's my...
Yeah, it's way different.
That's interesting. I like wildly missed that chicane in this. This game is just different. That's the reality of it. Everything you think you know about sim racing, playing everything else, and then you get on this and you're just like, what am I doing? What is this?
Yeah.
This game stands alone in its own understanding. Alright, I'm all on the straight now.
Yeah, I'm coming. No way.
What?
No way.
What?
I'm sorry, man.
What happened?
You barely touch the grass and you spin.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just... Ah.
Are you in front of me or behind me?
I'm still in the pits. I had to rebuild.
Oh.
I was being dumb. I know what to do. Main thing I drive on here is GT4. I enjoy those. But Porsche Cup as well. They're redoing it this new season.
Yeah, I saw about that. I saw Daniel Morad hyping it up. Grain of salt, though, like everything else.
Absolutely. But
Anybody who is endorsed by anything, just ignore their opinion, judge it for yourself.
he races real cars. He knows everything.
Uh-huh. I just disagree with so many people on so many things that I just have a hard time believing anything anybody says ever. Like, misinformation is so powerful. It's crazy. Like, all you have to do is say wrong information confidently and everybody will believe you. Like, that's a big part of, like, where I come from, being self-employed, building motorcycles and racing. The amount of stuff that gets regurgitated that is objectively wrong information that people say with confidence is, like, it makes my job so much harder and more stressful, but there's nothing I can do about it, because misinformation spreads faster than the truth.
I think this Dan guy is from your stream.
What's that?
Do you have your relative on?
What? Who?
Are you able to change your black box?
Yes, hold on.
Go to the relative page.
Relative, got it. I see.
I think this Dan Dunn right in front of you is from your stream.
Dane Dunn? What makes you say that?
He's trying to follow me.
Gotcha.
Dude, I'm like, go. Jesus Christ.
Hanslenberg, here's the thing, it's still... I do believe the game will get fixed to some degree. I don't know if it's going to completely get fixed. The whole laying off the staff is... It feels like accelerated Forza, which is not good. Oh. I'm looking at chat, so I'm... Oh, here it comes. Warning issued. Black flag. Okay.
You just gotta slow down. Dan. Oh my god.
Yeah. Is he in the red GT or the AMG?
Yeah, no, the Ferrari.
Oh, sorry, Ferrari. Look like an AMG from far away. I'll just blame my racing, that's all.
That's Joey.
What's... Oh, no, no, I fucked it up. God damn it. Alright, I guess it's a good time to re-chat, yeah. On the subject of motorcycles, I tried to ride the MotoGP bikes on MotoGP 25, knowing not very much about motorcycles, and immediately regretted my life decisions. Here's what I can say about motorcycle racing games. Don't buy them. As someone with actual experience in real life on motorcycles, don't buy them. Period. If car racing games are anything as accurate as motorcycle racing games to real life, then we all know that none of these are real. Because Ride especially, Ride is like... I bought Ride one time. I think I have Ride 4. Having ridden just about every motorcycle in the game, I'm like, what am I playing right now? The fact that the H2 was... The Kawasaki H2 was faster than all of the other bikes around an actual circuit track. The H2 is a straight line bike out of the box. It is not built to be a road racing bike. It'll overheat and melt, and it's twitchy, and everything about it sucks. Every naturally aspirated 1000cc is faster than a Ninja H2 around a road course. And because it makes more power than the rest of them, the game just assumed, oh, well, this is faster than those bikes, because more power. Yeah, I am very anti. They're hyping up Ride 6. I'm like, okay, it's still gonna suck. Like a buddy of mine, Dude Mungus is his YouTube channel. He's got like 500,000 subs. He was at one point not monetized when I had 20,000 subs. That's how much I let my channel die. And now he has 500,000. But he streams Ride every once in a while, once a week. And I told him, like, honestly, I know you're a motorcycle channel, but I don't think they would care if you just played a better game. Don't suffer because it's motorcycle content, you know. What car do you have on the track right now?
Ali, one that I can't drive.
Oh, how's slipstreaming this, by the way?
GT3?
Yeah, how is the slipstream? Is there any? Because I'm not getting anything from this Porsche, that's for sure.
There definitely is. It's not very strong in GT3
Yeah.
because you already have so much downforce.
Yeah. Well,
Alright, I'll meet you here.
alright. Jordy says, sim racing in some ways is more difficult than the real deal. So, the only thing harder in real life that I have learned about sim racing is you need big balls because you could actually die. Because I'm convinced everything about sim racing is actually harder than real life. You get so much in real life from G-forces that you just can't duplicate in a sim. Like, you have no idea how fast you're truly going until you feel lateral G. Like, 1G lateral feels like it's going to rip your face off if you've never experienced it before.
You know what Spec Miata is?
Spec Miata?
Yeah.
No.
How do I explain it? Basically MX-5 racing, but with older Mazda Miatas. Anyway.
Monster. Oh, look, there it is. Right there.
That's what I'm saying.
Right there. Felt there was no sign that I was at the limit, and then it just
Not all cars are like that.
it just
I'm
sent
just
it.
saying it really is GT3. I'm not a fan of it.
The funny thing is that I was expecting it from this is probably going to happen because it's happened so much right there. But I'm like, all right, be ready for it. It's coming. And I was gentle in the throttle. Wasn't trying to be aggressive. Just follow your pace. And then once it starts to come out, you come off the throttle and you're just going for a ride.
Yeah.
It spins out like you're locked on the throttle. Like you're just floored in the spin. Like, I don't know.
It immediately takes away your grip once you start spinning. It's like you just lose all tire grip once you start spinning.
Yeah. It's so weird how all of these games struggle to understand how tires work. Tires are always sticky. They always have grip, even when you've gone past. So grip is like best analogy I can use, it's like a mountain. You keep climbing more and more grip until you hit peak grip, and then you fall off, or you don't fall off the other side, but you start going down just the same way you went up in grip. But these sims treat grip like you just walked off a cliff. You have peak grip, and then you just fell to the bottom. No grip. And that's just not how tires work. Like, a big part of, like, a lot of, like, drifting and stuff, or trying to spin tire, was you don't want tires with a lot of grip. At least, obviously, the power is relative. But if your tires want to grip while drifting, it will crash you. You'll spin out the other direction because they will grip. And that is something where you're trying to spin tire. So, I don't know. Let's try this again. Here we go. All right, so rolling in the throttle. Second gear. Gentle. All right, see, that felt no different than the first time. Except I just never spun. Oh, I braked way too soon. Oh, that was... Dude, that screwed with my head. So I thought that was you for a second. I'm like, wow, you were braking deep. And then I realized, yeah, very different car. Yeah, I have the virtual mirror set to 140. Maxed it out just so I can see as much as I possibly can. But I've yet to pay attention to every lap I've done as to where I've been braking right there.
Is powerful.
Wow, yeah, you are. That was. So is that Porsche just that much faster than me? Because I was
This is the Mustang.
No, I meant the Porsche that oh boy, the Porsche that I was following before that I got no slipstream from. He drove away from me the whole time.
It might be set up. I do have a Daytona set up on, so.
Gotcha. I have whatever this game.
Like zeroing.
Well, I have whatever is approved for the Nürburgring height-wise because this car by default I couldn't run on the Nordschleife. It made me raise it.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of cool, but at the same time, also kind of annoying. Like, just let me go around the track, will you?
Have you looked into the markets for setups yet?
No.
Like how all that works? There's setup shops that you pay a monthly fee for. And you pretty much have to pay for them if you want to do open setup racing. Because the amount of work that you have to put into making a setup for any of these cars is exorbitant. They're so in-depth. There's a lot I don't like about iRacing.
Yeah.
But I'm already bought into it, so it's like...
Yeah. I don't regret it, but I mean, there was a little bit of admittedly buyer's remorse after seeing what I got myself into. And I'm like, damn, do I really have the time for this?
Into it. Yeah, exactly.
Like I'm 38 years old and, you know, I like video games. I have time for video games. But do I have time to live another virtual life? You know? Now, are you in it, or am I... Is this all Slipstream, or...
I'm letting out.
Okay, see, that's...
But watch this. I'm full on now.
Yeah, you're just gonna... I have a feeling if we had some road, you would just start pulling away.
Look at that. I'm already pulling away from you.
Yep.
That's how much the sound changes.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Shit. Okay. Took that almost perfectly.
God, that was honestly just dumb luck. Right, I didn't take that perfectly. Oh, whoa, that was a lot of curb right there in this. That's normally a much smoother curb in the other Sims. See, like, this car feels like it's got so much grip. Except for I just totally missed this braking zone. Getting greedy right there. And that's like the most deceiving part about iRacing. This car feels like I couldn't spin out if I tried. And that's, you know. Are you coming into this in second or first, by the way?
I don't know yet. I've been so slow through it.
Oh.
Just to...
I'm trying to read some chat here. Well... Oh. Hey, just go around me, buddy, because I know you want to.
I have no idea how to take this chicane yet.
Yeah. I'm like,
Gotta
all
stop
right,
and
I
go.
need to go on the side of the road for a second so I can read chat because I'm trying to do too many things at once here, and this is not the game for that.
You want to drive through
Uh,
pits? I've got to stop and go.
I love to drive iRacing, but I need a PC or maybe the Steam machine coming out soon. I definitely would not get a Steam machine.
Yeah, that's a waste of money.
Yeah, I would just get a computer. Like get yourself into a computer. And do yourself a favor and build a computer. Like, it's just, you're doing yourself a disservice if you get a pre-built. I know some people want
Not with
pre-built.
RAM prices.
That's true, but the problem is that that's going to make its way into pre-builts in the short. Like, I would say within a month, pre-builts are going to be affected by the RAM prices. Because everything on the shelf right now, technically, unless retailers want to be scummy, should not be affected by the RAM prices. However, anything moving forward that's built is going to get baked into their prices. I can assure you they're not going to eat that shit. If it's a price raise at their core, at the manufacturing level, then the entire process is getting hit with it. It's funny too. If anybody's interested, I'll even be a nice guy and I'll sell it at what was once retail. I have 32 gigs of DDR5, I think 5600 megahertz RAM. That came with one of my, when I got my 5090, it was part of a bundle because back when I bought it, you had to buy a bundle to get it at retail and not scalp prices.
I'll buy it. I'd like to have 64 gigs.
It's they're 2 sticks and they're 16 each, I believe. What do you have for a CPU or a build?
7800 X3D. I wish I would have waited, but it's what I've got. And then the 5070 Ti.
So, fair warning though, I wouldn't recommend it to you. You can buy them if you want, but 4 sticks of RAM don't work well with more modern CPUs.
Even with even just for productivity stuff, because
It will with productivity. So if you don't run, do you run Expos or anything?
For I don't even know what that is.
So, like, do you know what XMP is? So the RAM, so the rated speed of the RAM isn't on by default. So, like,
What?
the if it's say 32
Lost me
gigs.
now.
All right, so RAM has a frequency. Just
I know
like
that.
yeah, so 5600. That advertised speed is not what you get when you plug it in and run it by default. You get 4800 by default. That's the DDR5 default speed. Until you enable either Expo or XMP or any of one of those settings that... So XMP is specific to
Through
Intel.
the BIOS?
Yes.
Okay, I need to go do that. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah, you're giving up some CPU performance there by running it in default. What do you run for motherboard?
Asus Mini ITX, I don't know.
All right, as long as all that matters is the brand, really, because I want to know what kind of BIOS you have. So Asus, you just run into... I forgot what the actual drop-down menu is called, but you want to turn on Expo, and I run Expo Tweaked. Expo Tweaked. Because there's Expo 1, Expo 2, and Expo Tweaked. Expo Tweaked runs the best. It's the fastest one.
It'll look for it.
But fair warning, though, it could, if it leads to instabilities, you can either play with memory timings, which I don't suggest if you don't know what you're doing. I would just turn it back off again. But
I run into... I leave a lot of Chrome stuff open. I run into almost being at my RAM capacity limit with 32 gigs.
yeah, I've got 64, and I've had 64 for multiple builds now. So my last was an AM4, which was or technically I had a 7950X as my last CPU, and then I went to a 9800X3D because I realized that the way everything operates now with everything I do productivity-wise, it all leverages the GPU instead of the CPU, so I really don't need 16 cores. All my 16 cores are doing is generating heat. So I went with 8 faster cores, hence the 9800X3D, and what was I gonna say?
Have the 3D cores.
Yeah. The 7800X3D, in my opinion, was the first, like, I know the 5800X3D was technically the first, like, real killer for that 3D.
Yeah.
But 7800 X3D, in my opinion, really stepped up, and then the 9800 X3D stepped it up even further because all they did was they just reversed where the stack, the 3D stack, I believe they put it on the bottom side of the chip, either the bottom or the top side. They reversed it from the 7800, and they were able to crank up the frequency, which is the shortcomings of the 3D chips. Oh, sorry, buddy.
Wish I would have waited, but
supposedly the 9850 X3D is coming out, which is a higher frequency 9800 X3D. I might even get that. I'm weird like that. I'll waste $500 for a couple hundred megahertz that I could probably do with overclocking that I just don't feel like doing.
I'm waiting on if there's going to be TI models or super models for GPUs.
There probably will, but the 5090 is going to still be the if it's anything like the 4000 series.
I'm never going to have a need for that 59er level, but I do think.
Don't sell yourself short, sir. Frames are like drugs. You always need more. Trust me, I sell people horsepower. I literally am a drug dealer. Like, you think you got enough power until you get used to it, and then you come back wanting more. Literally the definition of being a drug dealer.
I'm on a 600cc and I don't understand how I could want more power. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand what the point of having more power is.
How long you been riding?
I've been riding.
Holy shit, I just saved it. It just spun and I saved it. Oh man. Someone clip it. First ever, last time ever. That Mustang looks good, I'll say that.
Riding about 2 years. I started on a DR650, just a supermoto.
Yeah.
Then went to a adventure bike, DL1000.
Yeah.
And then went to a Gigster, and I'm on this Gigster, and I'm like, holy shit! I don't understand I don't even know what to do with the power. Like.
Do you do any racing? That's the thing.
No.
Then that's why.
I mean,
because you haven't.
Because I wanted to be able to be on 35 out here and at least have some power, but I'm realizing that it's stupid power.
Yeah.
It's insane.
The thing is that if you would real quickly realize the power limitations if you started racing in any level of racing. Now, maybe not road racing, because road racing you can push a lot further because there's so much more skill set in road racing than there is in straight line racing. But in the straight line racing manners, where you're really just putting yourself through the paces of the power, you would really see, quickly the 600 would reach its limitations. We are in the Daytona practice, Tim. I mean, obviously it's Daytona, but I couldn't tell you the details of that. You would have to...
JKO.
JLK, JKL, JFK. Something like that. And it's been an assassination watching me crash everywhere, so... So, like, I played with cars long before bikes. And, I spent way too much money. And I'm glad I got out of it because it's unaffordable now. But then I got into bikes. And because my last car that I built was an 800 horsepower Boss 302. So, and it was a street car, but it was built as a race car. And I ruined it with the supercharger. I should have never supercharged it. I should have stayed naturally aspirated. But I didn't want to get into a bike that could lose to the car I just got out of. So my first actual street bike was a BMW S1000, 2015.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just need to get any 1000.
Yeah, any 1000, real. And the rest was history. At that point, I slowly started working on people's bikes, and next thing you know, I was a business, and, now it's what I do for a living.
Dream. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, but bike people. The dream would be paying customers that don't give me a hard time about basic payments. That would be the dream. I'm about to run out of gas. I should probably pit right now. Oh, that's not the pit. This is the pit. Here we go. 0.06 fuel left. Nice. Where's my... I guess it doesn't... Did I miss it? Oh, it's my guy back there. Let me reverse.
You're gonna get... Oh. Careful reversing, you can get black flagged.
The
Have you done a
X3...
race yet?
What's that?
Have you done a race yet?
Online, no. I've done AI races. The X3D chips cores are turned on factory. It's baked into their hardware. It can't be turned off.
That's just, yeah, that's how they run.
Yeah. No, that was a question in chat.
Oh, you stream.
Yeah, still streaming. I can't believe there's still people watching. Because I am not doing at all what the thumbnail says I should be doing. It's weird, like, I have yet to figure out thumbnails if I should be super specific or super vague. Which is better.
I have no
Because,
idea.
like today...
YouTube is... I can tell you what I would watch if you want the perspective of a viewer. I mean,
Well,
A/B testing or something. Like,
well, that's what I like to do. Like today, I was gonna stream iRacing versus Project Motor Racing to go from, like, you know, the textbook, this is the sim that everything is built to compete with, and then this is the new, and what are these like? And then they released their team statement right as I went live, and that completely...
Oh yeah, I say that.
Wow. These tires don't work right now. I gotta warm up. Holy Jesus.
Yeah.
And that kind of railroaded me, and I talked for like 2 hours. I was just ranting about how bullshit that was. Because I was actually, when I read that on stream for the first time, and I was like, I was butthurt by it. Because it's starting to feel like a rug pull situation. Where none of this was unexpected. Like, from the higher-ups, I mean. Like...
Do you really think so?
I don't know if it was... I wouldn't necessarily call it a rug pull. But I feel like the higher-ups of this game knew what they were... Oh, boy. Yeah. The higher-ups knew what they were releasing. Because the marketing doesn't make sense. Over hype. I understand the overhype under-deliver mentality. But, like... I'm talking, it was post after post after post with hype and hype and hype. And then the game released to a poor state immediately shifted to, we're sorry. We promised to, and like, they knew what they were releasing. First of all, you have to know what you're releasing. It wasn't like this was completely random. They didn't see it coming. They know what they were releasing. And now people are laid off 2 weeks before Christmas. Like, here's the thing. The game was released in the state it was released in because of financial limitations. They needed to make some money. Because they ran out of it. How do you pay your employees? Well, we got to release this game. Because until the game is released, all the work that they have done... Yes, you could say it comes from the... what do you call it? The publisher. But I'm not going to pretend I know the exact order of operations there. But at the end of the day, the publisher... likely wanted to make some money to release the game. Straightforward, knew the condition of the game. And unfortunately, you got to do what the publisher says. Regardless if stuff is, you know, the best thing you can do is negotiate with the publisher to get them to understand that it's not in a releasable state. But it was objectively not in a releasable state, like way off the mark. So, I don't know. It just, and then today, now letting go of the employees, it really feels disingenuous. It really feels malicious. And
I don't see the point in buying into any of these games at the beginning stage like
Oh,
this.
I agree. I agree. It just, I'll admittedly, I fell for a lot of the hype, but I knew there was going to be problems. I fell for the hype, but I also knew there were going to be problems on day one, and yet I was still shocked at the amount of problems. And I've been playing video games. I don't want to date myself, so I'm not going to say that. And
Since the 1900s.
absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know.
Back in the 1900s.
The 1900s is not even like I'm well into the 1900s. I was born in 87, so
Is there electricity back then?
no. I lit a match to etch my words into stone with my other stone that was sharp. Oh, spun out. Oh, man. Had a hamster to spin the generator wheel to have power. Nice. Oh, man. Oh, I'm just sitting here watching.
Oh, there's a slowdown?
Oh, I'm off the track. What is optimum tire pressure? Or temperature, sorry.
I am at 160s.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Earliest year I remember is 2015.
What about it?
That's the farthest I can remember back to.
Jesus. How old are you?
18.
Oh. Oh boy. You are a spry young lad. So,
I've been racing my whole life, though.
what year were you born? I mean, I can do math,
07.
but I'd rather hear you say it.
Oh,
So you were born in 2007.
Yeah.
What year do you think I graduated high school?
87.
Well, if you're gonna do that math, it's
Oh.
2005.
I was gonna say 03, 04, 05.
So you were negative. You were a year out. No, sorry, you were like a year and you were about a year out from consumption.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if
Consumption, yes.
conception, consumption, it's all the same to me. Somebody consumes something to make you, put it that way. So, yeah. Well, there's still, low and slow. You swore in chat. You screwed up. Streamlabs is aggressive. I gotta change that to Nightbot. It's really annoying. Instead of deleting one of his comments, if you swear in my chat right now, I think you didn't that happen to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Streamlabs will delete every one of your messages instead of just the one with the swear. So I gotta figure out a better, AI moderator that will, because all it is a foul language filter. It doesn't. There's no there might be details I could probably break it down, but. So what did you actually say, low and slow, without the profanity, you naughty boy? I better be careful if I say that around you. You're on the younger side, so that could be taken out of context.
I live on my own.
I about graduated.
I'm an adult.
You are an adult. You are an adult. So, oh my God, the Porsche, Oh, it just crashed ever so epically. Oh man, that was a good wreck. That was a good wreck to see. He hit the wall at a very high rate of speed and bounced backwards airborne over me. That was cool. iRacing physics. Yeah, buddy. So, fun fact. When you were born, I was 2 years older than you are now.
Yeah, 38 makes sense.
Yeah. So, you were born into iRacing. I was born before iRacing. That's another way to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, literally 2018 I joined.
Oh, I think this came out in 2008. So
Yeah,
you're a year
so
old.
I was essentially, I had 1 year pre-COVID boom. Everything on iRacing changed post-COVID. Like everything, it really did. It did. I mean, the user base like just tripled, at least. And
Yeah. I really regret. I absolutely regret not pushing YouTube from the time that I was on YouTube. So I got
before it was super difficult.
Yeah, before it was saturated with the same try-hard nonsense. I mean, I had 20,000 subscribers on my YouTube pre-COVID, for one. That was my first attempt. But most of my time on YouTube, I spent uploading all of my videos unlisted because I was worried about getting in trouble with the law. Because racing. But I've been racing and uploading to YouTube since like 2000 and before you were born, put it that way. And I actually recorded with cameras that required cassette tapes. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. Like, what was it? High 8 was what they were. What were the mini VHS tapes? I think they was High 8 is what they were called. Oof.
I try to use cassette tapes. Like, why didn't you just upload it to the phone or something?
What? What do you mean upload it to the phone?
I don't know. Just save it.
Well, there weren't phones that could do anything when cassettes were actually the current thing.
That's lame.
Like, you do know there were phones before smartphones.
Yeah, but they were like pointless.
No, they made phone calls, and the really fancy ones could text people. That was the limitations of what cellular devices could do. How does it feel to play a game that can be old enough to be your son? Yeah. I mean, hey, whatever. I'm never gonna have kids, so. Oh man.
What led you to that decision?
Wanting to enjoy my life.
Fair enough.
And my girl doesn't want kids either, so. So it works out perfect. That was like question number 2 on our first date. Do you want kids? Fuck no. Perfect. I'm happy to be an uncle. And that's about where it ends for me. If you want kids, that's great. I'm happy for you, but I'm just not enough of a people person. That's the reality of it. It's funny, you're not a people person, so why do you want to stream?
Don't want to stream, I can tell you that.
Huh?
I do not envy what you're doing.
I like streaming. I've always liked streaming. I've always liked doing. I had a motorcycle podcast that I've abandoned, but
It would drain the hell out of me.
no, I love the live audience thing. I don't like pre-recorded. I do not like making videos. Well, that's a lie. I like making the videos. I don't like uploading videos and watching nobody watch them.
How was I supposed to say that? It's so dumb. I don't understand.
Had to pay per text. Yeah, exactly. You missed the whole Nokia like wave, the world's most indestructible phone. Like you probably don't even understand the Nokia memes. You probably don't know what they are.
I know that they like it's like a brick or something, but I don't really understand like why.
Because they were indestructible. You could kill people with Nokias and then make a phone call with it. Like you don't need to bring like a weapon to kill somebody with if you had a Nokia. You could do it with the phone and then call 911 with the same phone.
I remember my mom having something from T-Mobile, and then she got that.
Just gonna drive this way. I'm kind of sick of following the rules. Oh, I guess I don't have to. I'm not gonna get in trouble for that.
Hey, whenever you go back around, you'll get a black flag. You'll get a drive.
Oh man, I'm actually probably gonna close the stream down anyway because it's late. Let me see how the crash physics are. I'm not gonna hold the wheel either.
Jesus. Knocks you back all the way.
That's pretty impressive. Still moving. Still moving. I don't know what's moving this car right now, but it's not
They
physics.
The tire barrier on the second corner down there is movable.
My car still has an engine? What? What?
Go to the tire barrier to the left. The one on the inside corner.
This one?
You can move it. Yeah.
Oh, you sure about that?
Yep. Oh, what the heck?
It didn't look very movable.
They just released patch notes for it.
I just drove through the WeatherTech sign. Oh, Jesus. Yep, the WeatherTech is not movable. Let me see if I can total this car. I don't understand. This car is just... Oh, fuck. Oh, the embankment fucked me up. Oh, my knee. Of all the things that got jacked up just now, I hit my knee on the rig really bad. That's what I get. Oh, man, that hurt. That's gonna leave a mark. Nope, it didn't leave a mark. I'm just a pussy. Oh, man. Yeah, they, that hurt. Oh, yeah. When this game throws 18 at you, it throws 18 at you. Newton meters, that is. That's one thing that's rough about like the higher Newton meter wheels is you don't get warnings. So like with me, most of the gameplay is pretty controllable even at full torque because it just widens the range. But then in a situation where it throws it, it surprises you. And it messes you up. What did I hit my rig on or my knee on the steel part over here. That's nice. That friggin' hurt. Holy mother of God.
Ours are included for you. You have the M2.
What did you say you were on for a wheel? Was it you who said you were on a Invicta or some crazy shit?
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, that was a stupid decision.
You are out of your mind, sir.
And I run it at like 15 because anything higher and I'm...
Yeah. I run mine at the full 18, but like I don't ever get the full 18 until a situation like that and it wants to throw me out of the seat.
I can't go that high.
Yeah.
If I do, I'm just turning the strength all the way, basically.
Yeah. All right, I got to get off of this thing. Withdraw. I mean, it's not a bad time. I don't mind iRacing. It's just I need like so my problem is like I need something casual, you know, and like not super casual. Like I think like when I say casual, I mean like LMU. You know, I would
let it be LMU.
What's that?
Why don't you practice for LMU and get into the races on LMU?
I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do. I think that's what Wednesday's stream is going to be. The only thing that could interrupt that on Wednesday would be if the 1502 patch comes out for Project Motor Racing, just because even though no one's playing it, it's a big it's streaming is a lot like the press. It's all about being first, you know. And
That's enjoyable. Sounds miserable to always be stressed about being the first.
well, luckily for me, it's not my full-time job. It's like a second thing that I'm kind of doing, and I do it out of enjoyment and because
Yeah.
I like racing. But that's the thing. I am more concerned with a good game that I can play. That won't wear me out from a game standpoint. The live streaming thing is easy to me. Like this being here talking to people, this is easy stuff. The what do you call it? Finding games that can entertain you and entertain people while you're playing them, I think is the hard part right now. Especially in the state of sim racing where it's all a bunch of just stuff. Like,
If I go to Steam, what's on there? Like for sim racing. Racing. Corsa, Le Mans, Competizione.
so I've got AC1, ACC, AC Evo, AC Rally, AMS2, BeamNG, F125, EAWRC, Dirt 4, Dirt Rally 2.0.
R
For
Factor?
I
What did-
have, I do have R
Yeah.
Factor. Yes, I bought it because it was like $3.
Or RF2, I mean.
Yeah, it was on sale recently for like $2 or something like that. I'm like, I'm gonna buy that because that's $2. F125, Forza Horizon 5, Forza Motorsport. Here, I'll just put it up on screen. LMU, Project Motor Racing, Bren Sport, R Factor 2, Ride 4, and S My D. I think that's all the racing stuff.
All of the Resident Evils, holy shit.
Yes, fan. I am a fan. Can't wait for the new one. I will buy and play every one of them. Look at this right here. This is where it's at. This separates the men from the boys. Right here. PUBG.
2005? Jesus.
There we go. 270 hours, and that's not even a lot compared to my friends.
What, in PUBG?
Yeah. But like Hogwarts Legacy, I haven't even played, and I have it. It was one of those things where it was on sale, and I bought it. I do that all the time because someday I'm gonna get bored and I'm gonna play it. LMU, on the other hand, what's up?
How'd you like Helldivers?
Oh, it was awesome. Like everything else, though, multiplayer, it's got a bit of a shelf life. It is fun. I could probably get back into it, but you know, Helldivers is a good time.
What was that one free online racing game? There was like they tried to do the same thing as it was Red. That's all I remember about it.
Red, it's the same thing as iRacing.
Very similar, at least.
I don't know. Yeah, I think LMU is gonna be what I do. That's what I gotta do. Yeah. If I can find where to look into. Did anybody in chat happen to look it up?
Race Room.
Race Room, that's right. That people are hyping up Race Room a lot. I played it a little bit, it's not bad. All right. How to rent a server on Le Mans Ultimate. Can't type LMU because the game doesn't come up. Not big enough. So you need to use the racecontrol.gg website, sign into your account, go to My Race Servers, fill out the server setup form with your desired settings, content, cars, time, request the server, and pay for it using purchased server credits, which are rented by the minute. So you can only pay for active use. I guess I have to look that up. Right, so yeah, I know all about arc raiders. I just, again, it's a time thing. I've been putting all of my grindy multiplayer time into sim shit.
I feel like you could do gaming.
What's that?
I feel like you could do gaming, streaming.
I love video games. I love talking. I feel like I've checked the boxes. My whole thing is I'm average at video games, and I have no desire to be anything remotely close to the best at any game I play. I just want to be a casual, having fun. All right, so go to Race Control GG website, sign into your account, log in. I gotta sign in through Steam. Gotcha. Do not know what my password is. Let me make sure I'm not showing my face. Oh yeah, I'm just showing my face. All right, password. Just put you over here.
You ever thought about doing league racing on your Discord?
Yeah, very much so. That's why it's set up like it is. But
Setting up a league.
I need to find a game that is casual enough for a quantity. Like iRacing is too complex to ever do a league for me, especially. But like F125 would be super easy to do a league because it's so casual. That's what I was hoping PMR was going to be, but right now the thing can't even get out of its own way, so.
Still can't believe there's not more out there. Like iRacing just took over, and nothing else has bridged the gap. Except for LMU, kind of. But LMU is limited in what it can achieve.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so I've signed in, successfully authenticated from Steam account. Close your bright ass. Now, in your account, go to My Race Servers.
Jesus Christ.
My Race Servers. What? Crash?
No. There's my wheel, like.
Going on, OG? So let's see. Go to My Race Servers, fill out the server setup form with your desired settings. I don't see the server setup form. All I see is this big ass thing that says create a race. I feel like that's what I should click on. So let me just see what happens. Create a race. You know, how hard is it to give people the freedom to just open up a lobby inside their game? Like,
Really difficult.
why is that not a thing in sim racing? Like, why is that so
Because
uncommon?
iRacing hasn't done it. LMU hasn't. Assetto Corsa hasn't. I don't even know if there's a way to in regular AC.
You know what's funny? ACC on PS fucking 5, you can create an open multiplayer lobby and have your friends join.
Well, yeah, because they're using PS5 servers.
You know?
They're like AC.
Hey, what's
not
going on,
hosting
guys?
anything.
What's up?
Oh, man, you got it.
I'm I'm not gonna lie. I've been a bit defeated with the current.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the news that happened today kind of the win out of a lot of people's sales. So
Yeah, for me, it completely changed my tune from positivity to all right. I'm walking away. You've officially. This feels like a rug pull, regardless of how mods want to handle that notion. It was weird. Like the mods are being like overly defensive in the Discord too, and I don't know why. Because like I understand you're there to moderate, but are you there to moderate or are you there to silence people for just having conversation about how like there's no way you can think that this is a normal scenario to just be to deal with. I mean, it is a normal scenario in the sense where it's common, but it doesn't mean it's good.
well, I mean, it's because it's a conflict of interest. Like if you go back and scroll back up far enough, there was a a back and forth between me and Conan because I know him for a long time. I know him since the first Project Cars. Well, I've known him since the beginning, since 2015. So there was a back and forth, and I finally had to let him and the rest of those mods know that you guys are too emotionally attached to this team. That's the whole problem. And he even elaborated like, yes, how could I not be emotionally attached to this team, and I've been around since 2015. Like, you don't see the problem there. If you're emotionally attached, like this is the whole reason why when things need to get authenticated and whatever, you have a third party that's not invested in your success nor
Yeah.
your failure. Because if you're emotionally attached to a particular team, you want them to succeed no matter what. And not only do you want them to succeed, in it as a moderator, there's no way you're gonna allow people to just say anything about even within the guidelines of Discord. They still say comments back and forth and whatever the case is. And there's a few mods like that. So that's the reason
Yeah.
why if you look in the Discord, they're too attached to the team. They want them to succeed so bad that
Yep.
they're not gonna let you slander them in any way,
Yeah.
even if you're right.
Is this the PMR Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Like,
I said, like I didn't even say it. Like I wasn't accusing them of anything. I was simply saying that this it's starting to feel like a rug pull. Like it's starting to feel like a rug pull because it does. You got your money, you got in, you got out, and you ran away from it. Whether that's what's happening or not, I cannot say, but that's what it's starting to feel like. And I can't remember what the mod said. That was like it was like saying something about being accusatory about.
yeah, they jumped on you, I bet. Yeah.
It wasn't. They didn't say defamation, but it was a synonym for defamation, essentially. And it's like,
It's pretty
yo,
pathetic.
how are you gonna like essentially play the victim for them in this scenario? They are not the victim. You know. Now, I'm not saying that there's some like whatever, something evil or bad, but the bottom line is this is following an accelerated path of turn 10 in Forza, like like wildly accelerated. You know, the overhype followed by the day one delivery, followed by the shift in tone to we're sorry, followed by the radio silence, followed by we're laying off a lot of the team. How much of the percentage of the team we don't know, but and then from that point forward, now we're still determined. I can already tell you this game is not after year one, it's done. Like, and by after year one, I mean like they're not creating any more additional content for this game. They're going to have to, my guess is in like 6 months time, the remaining devs will reassess and see, because if you're not going to please the people who can't get a refund, you're not going to gain new people, and you need new people for the game to continue. So, I don't even think I'm having a personally bad experience. There are problems with the game, but at the end of the day, I have friends on console that I can't play with because they are having problems. So, as far as I'm concerned, I just don't see a positive outcome for it, to the point where, like, and at least in its current state too, we played a little tonight, and the fun factor has dissipated to frustration, and I'm going to reassess at 1502 when that comes out and see if it's worth continuing to even play, because at the end of the day, like, ACC's dead too, but there are thousands of people playing ACC, so there's not thousands of people playing PMR, and it's at the very beginning of it should be riding its hype train,
Yeah,
So
it's pretty much it's pretty much a wrap with this particular group. And though I don't wish misfortune, I said this in the Steam chat. Though I don't wish misfortune on anyone for this particular matter, or for any matter for that. But Ian Bell needs to seriously step away from uh any kind of CEO position, lead director or whatever. He needs to completely step away, and this team needs to like reassess their talents, I want to say, and start to look for different ventures and different. This team needs to be basically. I'm trying to say this team needs to be disassembled because
yes.
they've had two back-to-back failures in Project Cars 3 and now this game.
Hmm.
And if you check their track record, they're not particularly a talented enough team to where we're going to pull a No Man's Sky or a Cyberpunk and
Yeah.
completely remake the game and show people that we just had problems in the beginning and we were capable of. I don't think their team is that capable enough of doing so. So
Yeah.
I mean, you said a year. That's kind of being generous. I think maybe 6 months. They're going to put out all the possible content,
That's the
patches,
other
or what
option is
have you.
they just rush the content out to get it out there and then they get away from it and then they move on with
Yeah,
their
and they're
lives.
done. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
because I
They're
will
gonna.
say like LMU, like I'm gonna probably start playing some LMU because they, even though I know the game is good, I'm just like, why do I want to play LMU right now? And then when they made their post today about the straight four guys that got laid off to send them their resumes, I'm like, well, you know what? That might, I mean, don't get me wrong, that might have been throwing some salt in the wound, or maybe it was just genuine. But either way, it got me going. You know what? Maybe LMU is the way to go right now, as far as they seem like
What
they've
do you
got.
think LMU does that sets them apart from any of these other games? I mean, there's iRacing and then there's LMU.
They
Like
do
they
what
really,
they do what they're going to say. That's the number one thing.
yeah.
That's really all it takes.
But,
It's
well,
just,
I mean, if you take a step back and look at the entire
or they
sim
say what they
racing
do.
community, the main difference between our racing and everybody else is the subscription model. That's pretty much it.
Well, iRacing
Because
has the funds to do what they say they're going to do. Like they,
yeah, yeah. I mean, but but when people think about our racing, that's the main thing. There's a seriousness you have to approach iRacing because it's subscription based. No, you don't. I tell people
you're a
all the
member
time.
to it. You're not just buying a game.
Yeah, yeah. You don't. I tell people because I used to play it back in the day. I had a few friends who they doing those promotion runs where they give you a special code to try it out for. I'm like, look, they may say try it out, but you don't try our racing. I try to explain it to people and they don't hear
I
that.
tried
You
it
don't
out.
try.
I'm 3 days
You don't
into
try
trying it
our
out,
racing.
and I'm $130 broker.
You either commit to iRacing or don't bother. Like that's why I'm trying to explain to people. You don't try iRacing because it's fantastic, but it can get expensive for a lot of people. So
Well, and I explained this to him.
Still there?
did he disconnect?
I don't know. I heard you, so you're good. So it's got to be him. I don't know. He's he's about to make a
I
point
said,
and then went rogue.
yeah, I was waiting. He's still in Discord, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
I don't know. We'll give him a minute, but yeah, no. Like I said, I'm gonna give 1502 a run, but I can definitely see this being the end of the road. I would love to pretend that it's gonna be a Cyberpunk or a No Man's Sky, but I don't see it happening.
No.
It's happened. It's far too accelerated. I don't expect the patch to be anything worthwhile. Maybe it will be, but I just don't see it happening. Because
Well, I mean,
I
they have they have giant studio breathing down their neck from what I heard. So they're gonna patch the game to make it playable, to make it stable, and that's pretty much it. They're not gonna come through and do any miraculous patches and
yeah
bring the game up to a certain standard. They're gonna patch it and make it, you know, if this was completely published by Slightly Mad Studios, that's who they used to be. I would agree, but they got giants breathing down their neck, and you guys got to make this game playable at least, so they can at least try to recoup some of their money because they're not
yeah
going to get all their money back. They're just going to recoup some. So
yeah.
make it stable enough, and they're probably going to repackage it and probably lower the. I recommend it to lower the price because at that price point with the game the way it
Yeah.
is, it's just Yeah.
And not to mention too the price change. Now I understand that might have been out of their control, but like, was it really out of their control? You know, because at the end of the day, prices that could affect you might be changing, but there in a certain situation, you just kind of have to buckle down and eat it and deliver the game at a set price, regardless of what things might cost behind the scenes that affect you. So regional price hikes ahead of a game's launch, like, it's one of those things where like today's team announcement thing was like the obvious writing on the wall of this, and it feels that what I was just saying to him earlier was that the statement today made this go from feeling unprepared to malicious, essentially, because it no longer feels like it was just not good enough on day one and they were kind of fighting a financial crisis. It now feels like maybe the higher ups sort of knew where this was going to go and were planning for it. Because like I said, it's feeling more and more like a rug pull situation where the higher ups needed to get out of this situation that they put themselves in from making their own poor decisions. Ian Bell, whoever else is involved from a high up standpoint. I'm not going to pretend I know how the business family tree of that entire industry or that entire team works, but it's starting to feel like they knew this was coming before the release. Hence I'm talking the aggressive overhyping. Like, it doesn't make sense. The way it wasn't like they were wishy-washy about their hype. They were saying some words to like guarantee sales, guarantee the hell out of sales. Things you just don't say unless you are confident about. Like, I was a big proponent of this game because of the advertisement model they were using was confidence. And like, it was so aggressively confident that it made me believe it. And I don't believe shit. And
Did they have anything to back it up though?
Well, clearly not. I mean, here's the thing. I think their gameplay footage looked decent. A lot of what they were showing off looked good. I haven't seen any of what they showed off in the game. I shouldn't say any. I've seen some, but it looked like they had a specific build for advertising that isn't what was in release. It almost feels like their build was they used a 5090 and it was limited at 60 frames because that's all they could get. But
what engine is it on?
Hold on, we got a comment in the. It reads somewhat as businessy, but I don't recognize the name. Maybe you know OG in chat. I don't know. It just it doesn't feel positive, and I've been up until today. I've remained on the positive side of this whole thing, and now I'm facing the reality of the situation.
Yeah, no one's gonna buy that spin. I don't know how to pronounce your name in the chat. No one's no one's gonna buy that spin. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the one thing I try to when I get an opportunity to talk to certain devs and things like that, because I was real close to the Codemaster team because I was there from day one, and even they used to
Oh, wow. Were
they
you?
used to yeah, they used to sneak
That's
into
awesome.
our lobbies. Yeah, they used to sneak into our lobbies under fake names just to assess and see how things were going, and through the um, well, they didn't have a Discord at that time, but through the forums and things like that, we figured out who was who. But my particular team, we never said anything. We never called them
Yeah.
out, so we developed a pretty friendly relationship. So the whole point of the whole point of them saying it about trying to spin this narrative about this year one updates. No, the point I'm making is the whole PR spin to gamers that works across multiple industries in modern life, but gamers don't fall for the PR mess. You either
Yeah.
gotta deliver on what you promise and show that you have a somewhat open ear to the community, to our griefs and our things like that. Other than that, I mean, like go like don't take my word for it. Go over to overtake.gg and look at the comments about whole team and Ian Bell. He's getting. I wouldn't even call it slander at this point, but he's just getting. You know,
Yeah.
he's
He's
getting the
getting
worst of it
drugged.
over the.
He's getting drugged. And the
Yeah.
thing is, I don't know him from a hole in the wall. I have no experience with the guy. He could be a nice guy. He could be a total piece of shit. I don't know who he is. I've never heard his name until this game. Now, mind you, I've played a very little bit of Project Cars, but not enough to know the name Ian Bell. Now I can tell you, I'll never forget the name Ian Bell. And I don't even know if it's justified or not, but because it's been said so much throughout this entire process, I'm never going to forget that name, you know? So I don't know.
So sad.
I don't know. And it's sad too. He could be a genuinely decent person and has made some poor business decisions and is a scapegoat for a failing company. I don't know. I don't know the guy, but I'm not going to know anything positive ever about him. Period. You know, and whose fault this is, I truly don't know. The devs know. The team knows. The team knows why this is like this right now. That's at the end of the day, that's what it is.
Look, it's nobody's fault but his, man. Because
That's usually how it
mean,
is. That's usually how it is.
It's no. And I don't mean this in a general sense. I mean this in a sense that he knew of the negative aura around him from the previous Project Cars. He knew about it, but he chose to dismiss it as, oh, just a couple of disgruntled gamers and things like that. But word of mouth spreads, especially on websites like Overtake. That's why if you go there, you're not going to see a single person say anything positive about him because everybody has witnessed, like you said, you were never there for the Project Cars days, but for those of us on the forums back in the day, like that's what Project Cars stands for. It's for a community assisted racing simulator because the community funded it and helped develop it to the point that it was ready to play. But along the way, a lot of the criticism started to, yeah, I agree, some of it was a little uncalled for, but I mean, was it unfair? Yes, but the world's unfair. Like
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you have to have thicker skin and you have to roll with the punches, basically.
Yep.
So, was a lot of the mistreatment kind of justified? I don't know. It's kind of difficult to say, but a lot of us will. This is why I'm trying to explain to Conan on the PMR Discord is that a lot of us never really got involved in the dispute back and forth, but we were witnesses and bystanders to how a lot of people got mistreated. They maybe said like, I don't like the way the force feedback is handling when I come out of corners, or just it got to a point that a few people who may have stepped over the line made it worse for everyone. That you couldn't say anything at all negative about the game, and they would attack you. And those are the people who helped build this negative aura around him. Because like, dude, he didn't say anything bad about your team. He didn't call you guys names. He didn't insult you guys. He just said,
Yeah.
I didn't particularly like the way this was. Maybe you guys can address this, and you know, it got to a point that they got too sensitive. Any at a certain point, any type of criticism was viewed as negative, and gamers talk. We you know, word of mouth. We talk to one another, and this is how we got to this certain point. So for him to release the game in this particular state lets me know that he either one just didn't care. He knew, but just didn't care because there's a whole lot of people in the community who are waiting to see him fail. Is that fair? No, it's not fair. But like I said, we live in an unfair world.
The part
So
that's so crazy to me is from his perspective. Like you're in this like perfect opportunity to stick it to the community by proving them all wrong and having a successful game. Like I came out of a really bad experience that was to my, whether I took accountability for it or not and admitted it publicly, that's aside the point. The point is that you have the opportunity to stick it to all the naysayers and deliver the game you promised, and it would make you, nobody would give a shit about Project Cars 3 anymore. It would be like it never happened because it's just like I tell people all the time in the real world when it comes to racing, you're only as fast as your last race. Well, in the case of him, you're only as talented or successful as your last game. So if for example, CD Projekt Red, wildly successful coming off the back of Witcher 3, delivered Cyberpunk 2077 on day one. They went from like the poster child for like passionate developer to the ground at being the worst. Now they came back from it, but the point though is that you're only as good as your last effort. And it looked really bad, where he had the opportunity to deliver Project Motor Racing in the state that they promised it to be. And, you know, I mean, you got Ben Collins sitting there glazing the game, which, I mean, the only red flag for Ben Collins is he seems notoriously just not good at sim racers, which is fine. I mean, I'm not good at sim racers either, but I think I'm a decent judge of like what feels good, you know? But like,
Who is this?
Ben Collins. Ben Collins is the one of the Stigs from Top Gear. I think he was the
Steggy in your chat.
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, he's coming across as if he's part of someone with a team, but I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds. It reads like a typical PR.
It absolutely reads like a PR statement, whether it's true or not. It's like, we are fully committed to improving the game over time. I mean, that's taken right from, you know, an official statement. So, and the layoffs were structured to not affect the short-term plans much. Keyword much. Even in the, you know, the press statement or whatever, it still is a negative in the short term because you can't get around. That's just like kind of covering your ass type wording. But mostly affecting the long-term plans, such as content updates in year 1+. Meaning there's no content in year 1+. As of right now, anyway. The future, you never know, but as of right now, I can objectively see I could be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. I would prefer to be wrong when I say this, but I don't see this game being, I mean, I see inside of 6 months, like it's going to be at where ACC is, in the sense of, I don't mean from like a player base, I mean from like the game is done. This is it. This is your game. It's Forza Motorsports.
ACC is done. I think ACC has a strong player base. It's just it's.
Oh no, it has it. But I'm saying from like a development and support standpoint, ACC is done. What you see is what you get.
They're selling gangbusters.
But no, I know that. I'm not saying from a customer or consumer standpoint. I'm saying from this like, you go buy a Sega Genesis and you buy a cartridge. That's a finished game that's never going to be updated because, well, I know I just.
But I think ACC is a finished game. I think that, like, sure, people would like for there to be more done.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. I'm saying ACC, regardless of it being done or not done, my point is, from a support and development standpoint, the game is done. That game right now, what you play today is what you're going to play ACC in 10 years if you decide to play it. It's never going to change. Unless modding happens and they allow modding or whatever. But the point is that I see that being PMR in 6 months to a year. That's what you see is what you get. It's never going to change. That's the game. It might be fun. It might be a great game to play, but that's what you're going to play is what you're going to get. You're never going to get a patch or not a patch, but a DLC or an update, you know, like what AMS2, for example, has been doing for 7 years now, just continued support. That's not going to be a thing, is my guess. I was hoping it was going to be. I was really hoping this was going to be the crossplay game that tackles all sorts of different genres of racing and is not perfect at anything, but great at just about everything, and covers such a wide range of things to do that is just content rich in racing. And here we are 2 weeks after launch going, well, unless the game gets better, I'm never going to play it again. And I was someone that yesterday was, you know, loving this game. Or I shouldn't say loving. That's a bit aggressive, but
I couldn't, you know, man, I could use that statement verbatim because that's exactly how I felt. Like, despite my rich history with the team, because I've been there since. Matter of fact, I've been there pre-Project Cars because a lot of people don't know Ian Bell used to work on a lot of EA games like Shift. A lot of people don't know that he started out as a regular regular programmer. He's not always been a CEO or a founder of a company. He was a regular team member up until a certain point. But, you know, conflicts with EA back then, he didn't like the way they handle things. And I'm not going to get into all his personal business, but I agree completely. I've been there since day one. I looked at the game the same way about crossplay. Someone in your chat mentioned it, and it's the key factor. It's really the main reason why I bought the game.
Same.
Was a crossplay, and I was like crossplay, and they saw day one mod support. I was like, okay, this is a recipe for a potentially
Yep.
not an amazing game in certain features, but good enough across the broad spectrum of racing that it's enjoyable. You can come back. There's
Hmm.
going to be content constantly being created by either the staff or by because me and a couple guys were planning on making content as well. But as soon as this new came out, we got in the Discord and was like, well, what are we going to do now? We were like halfway done with a couple of mods, so we don't know if we're going to finish it or not. At this point,
Yeah.
we're going to sit back and wait and see how these next patches
I mean,
go.
bottom line is mods or not, the
You
the
know,
game itself needs to be in a decently base state to make modding even worth your time. And it's a lot like making videos on YouTube. The biggest the most disheartening part about it, putting effort into a good video, is knowing there's a good chance it's not going to break through the algorithm and no one's going to watch it. And so why make mods that you put time into that no one's going to use? Everything just feels empty. And the biggest thing that I've said, I will die on this hill as an old man that crossplay is the video gaming future, period. And it is a massive missing feature of sim racing or racing in general. Like Gran Turismo by itself, ignoring all of the other computer stuff, sim stuff, whatever. Gran Turismo, if it was cross-platform, if it was on Xbox and on PC as well as Sony,
I
dude,
disagree. I don't think there's a big enough player base on console with sim racing wheels.
it doesn't
because
matter.
You're not.
It doesn't matter.
You're not gonna.
I disagree with the whole needing a wheel to race a game because
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Then I
no,
definitely
no,
disagree.
you don't.
You
I
don't, but
Yeah,
to be
no, you don't
online,
need.
I think you do to be able to race against other people with a wheel. Put it that way. Like I don't
No,
care if
because
you
I
jump on
no
Forza.
look at okay. Let me ask you this: look at the success of Call of Duty.
no, 'cause I disagree because I beat the brakes off people all the time with my controller, and I have both. It's really about skill and talent. Like, can you be as fast as some of the fastest guys on the wheel with a controller? Absolutely. Does it take more effort to do
No,
so? Absolutely.
you can't though.
But it's totally possible.
Look at
You can't. Yeah,
my. Hear me out. Look at
you
Call
totally
of
can.
Duty is the prime
Because I've
example
done
of
it.
the evolution of how inputs and accessibility win in the end. For example, when I first started playing first-person shooters, long before you were born, sir, if you were on mouse and keyboard, you did not waste your time picking up a controller. You couldn't hang. Mouse and keyboard was dominant. There was no way to even attempt to compete with the precision of a mouse. Now, if you're using a mouse and keyboard, you are at a disadvantage because of all of the assists that are baked into controller play. And
Yeah, because they have to add assists. But you're just gonna. It's two complete. You're playing two completely different games if you're on a controller or if you're on a wheel.
how so? I mean, I've
No,
lost.
it's no, it's the same thing because racing is linear. Like, you think about it, the inputs on the wheel, you're turning left and right. Your brake pedals are going,
Yeah, but you're getting
from
feedback. You're getting feedback on a wheel. You're capable of doing the same
yeah.
input through.
Listen to what I'm saying though. It's the exact same inputs. You're turning left and you're turning right. The degrees of
Yeah,
which you
so
turn left
you
and
can
right
you can
are,
emulate
are
you can emulate the same inputs, but you're never going to be driving in the same way. You're never going to be reacting in the same way.
see, you know what I'm saying. You're still it's still basically the same. It's just the degrees is different. Like, you got wheels can go all the way up to 1080 degrees on the wheel. You can never get that on the controller because the analog is too small. But the
So,
concept of turning left and turning right, using your brake, using your gas pedal, it's the same concept. It's
are
just you get more refined and more control with a wheel than you do with a controller. Trust me. And I got too many people on my Discord and too many people who I know that have a very negative. I don't know what's the word to use here, but they're looked upon very negatively because they beat a lot of the top guys on wheels with a controller, and it pisses them off. That's another thing
What are they
that a
what
lot
are
of
they
people
racing?
don't. They in PC too, and it happened a lot in PC too. It happened a lot. It happened briefly in iRacing. That's a whole nother issue that I don't want to get into, that a lot of people don't want to elaborate with the sim racing community. It's very frowned upon to use controllers because you spent so much money on this rig and this setup to some dude come here and beat you with a $60, $70 controller. It's insulting. But
I
that's
disagree.
that's only
I
because they
think
don't.
the reason that people are
That's
are complaining or frustrated is because that person on the controller can't make the same decisions or reactions that a person on a wheel can.
Yeah, but
Just-
they're not. Here's the thing: lowering the barrier to entry does not ruin the game. It only allows, like, if all I have to do is get on my console, fire up a game, and I know that the only way I'm going to compete with the top tier guys, if it's programmed that way, because, like, for example, Gran Turismo 7 is built very well around controller to the point where, like, you're not really at. There are things I can do on a controller that I cannot do on a wheel in Gran Turismo 7. That it's just baked into the way. Like, for example, I can lock to lock, left to right, completely turn my wheel on a controller in a fraction of a second that I cannot do on a wheel. So when I'm chasing a counter steer on a controller, I can save it. What's that?
So that's not necessary for road racing though. Like almost never, if you're driving correctly.
But my point though is that lowering the barrier of entry is not, from a financial standpoint, if you want to sell things, want things to be popular, making it so only elitists can get into something is not how you're going to be successful.
LMU. So I'll use the example of LMU. I'm not going to use iRacing because iRacing is, I mean, obviously iRacing wouldn't do that. But LMU, I think, is possible to have a console release with controller and everything. But the thing is with LMU, if they allowed controller players, like genuinely, if they allowed people on controller playing LMU to join in with people on wheels, whether it's on console or on PC, the race quality would plummet. I can promise you that. So I'm not saying there's not a place for those controller players, but it's not with people who are on wheels.
No, it wouldn't be because
Yeah.
you know why that's false? Because both parties, both sides have access to the same peripheral, which is a wheel. The only difference is the controller. You know what I mean? That's the only difference. It wouldn't be a difference. Like most people, like let's say he you know the you do lower the bar so people can you know get started with the controller and then they move to a wheel. They're on the same playing field now. There's no difference. You're using the exact same. Like I said, you're just adding to the fuel that I'm talking about controllers. And like I said, I have both, and I use a controller often, mainly because I just don't like setting it up most of the time. I learn to and things like that. And if I go there and pull up my Discord comments, I get comments all the time about people who couldn't believe that I want to accept it, but it don't matter how much you spend on a wheel. A bad driver with $1,000 setup is still a bad driver. It don't matter if you have the best of best.
I can say confidently that just about anybody I know who started on controller that switched to a wheel, there was
Yeah,
a
be nice
learning
about it.
curve. There was a learning curve before they were even
Yes.
remotely close to as good as they were on a controller.
Yes, you
And
can't buy your way to skill. Is the point I'm trying to I try to explain to people. You can't buy your way to skill. It's simple as that.
yeah.
I disagree if you're on a simulator. I think if you're on a game, if you're on a
But what do you consider
you're
a
on a bullet-
simulator? I don't consider
what do you,
LMU
what do you disagree with?
I disagree that for one, having controller players in lobbies with, like, if I was in a top split GT3 race and there was a controller player in there, even if he was fast, if he could set fast times, he is not going to be able to race close. I promise you. He is not going to be able to. He's not going to be able to feel anything in the car to be able to race at the limit.
I don't understand how you can set one of the fastest times and not be competitive. That doesn't make
Because
any sense.
you can set a fast time by just memorizing honestly where to brake and where to turn. Like you can set a fast time doing that, but the minute that you get set outside of your line or outside of your one fast lap, like how you drive on a controller, you're not going to have any of the feedback to be able to tell if you're locking up or if you're like maybe you could see the lights. I could see some argument that maybe there's some assists that could be added in to tell, but you're not going to have any of the feedback.
Well, I mean, you're not taking to account that all you're really doing as a controller user, you're offsetting the feel for visual. That's the main difference between the two.
But you
For
have that
people,
same visual with the wheel, right? I mean, there's
yeah,
no
but see,
difference in the visual.
but see, here's the problem. People on wheels who exclusively move to wheels and that's all they deal with, they've become too dependent on force feedback because you notice when sims come out, that's the main thing they go and they evaluate. How does it feel? Does it feel floaty? Does it feel, you know what I mean? And they completely stop relying on visual cues because I race with plenty of people on the wheel and I see them missing breaking points all the time because breaking points is about visual markers on the track. It's not about the feel. You have to
I'm
see a certain point on this track that okay, once I get to this point, I need to start braking. A lot of people rely too much on feedback and they lose this. I need to see. You got to see where you're going first and foremost. But a lot of people are too fixated on feedback and they lost sight of. So the whole thing about console, I mean, people on a controller, they're more focused on visual. Yeah, they can't feel the differences, with feedback, but you can still see it.
we have two different goals with racing online, and that's perfectly fine. But with my goal with racing online is to get the absolute best racing. That's why I'm on iRacing right now. The absolute best racing, the highest quality, and the most competitive. That is my goal with sim racing. Now, I completely understand that might not be everyone's goal. But the minute you start saying that controller players should be popped into my, 4,000 IR SOF lobbies, I'm like, there's no way that they can race as close as we are. There is absolutely no way. I'm not saying that
But
they don't have the
if
skill to
there's
do
no
it.
way that they can do it, then how would they make it to those lobbies in the first
Hold on,
place?
They
I
don't
play.
with GT racing.
Hold on, let me ask you something. Cause I
They
played
do on
iRacing
Oval.
for a long time. How long you been playing iRacing?
2018.
Just 2018. So you don't.
Yeah.
So I'm not even going to have the conversation with you because you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. There are some guys who I can point you to, and you would be in disbelief that they were on a goddamn controller. So that whole notion
Were
is
they
like
racing road or were they
they
racing
they
oval?
they were racing on a controller with some of the top guys. Could they beat them? No, because I done talked to them personally, and it's too tiring. Your hand gets too tired trying to keep up that pace over. That's one of the other big advantages over a controller over a wheel, especially if you're doing endurance racing. It's far easier to maintain that pace with a wheel than a controller. Your hand just wears out. So, but I could direct you to some people that you will be in disbelief that they were on a controller. And here's the sad part about it. Later on, most of these guys got a wheel, and their time differences didn't change because it's about skill at the end of the day.
Absolutely. I agree. It's about skill, and I'm not saying that they can't be fast. I'm saying that the racing is not like they're not going to be able to one get as close. They're not going to, at least not safely. They're not going to be able to feel anything in the car.
Well, see,
They're just predicting.
everything you're talking about is really based on immersion. The feel, they're not going to get the full experience. They're not feeling what
But
I
that
feel.
immersion is what allows you to be able to tell where the car's at. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know how
that's
you drive a car.
their immersion is not going to be affecting your immersion though.
Their immersion becomes a danger to other people's race.
No, it
Like the fact
doesn't.
that they
Because no, it doesn't.
But the game is going to be programmed to figure that out on its own. If someone is, for example, a danger, they're going to be punished for it. Regardless of their input, is irrelevant. If they're good on controller and they're able to run the lines and remain close without contact, or if they contact the game,
someone on controller can remain close.
that's your opinion though. But at the end of the day, though, that's your opinion. The point is
Wait,
that the
do you have
game,
do you
the
wait, do you have
game.
PMR?
Not PMR, I have LMU.
Oh, you don't have PMR? Because
No.
I was about to challenge you just then. Because you have PMR, I can get in here on the controller, and if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't believe that I was on the controller. A lot of us are really just that good with the controller or whatever peripheral we're using. I know it's difficult for a lot of people to understand because they're not good. I don't see how you guys can be so good on the controller. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But it's the reality of the situation. Like a lot of people are just good on the controller and depending on their skill level, they can be just as good, if not quicker, on a wheel. So to just straight up discredit this whole group of people who prefer the controller over the wheel is like what
Re-
EJ was
re-
talking about. You're deliberately cutting out a large chunk of the community who would otherwise like to enjoy your game.
At the
I don't think that those two communities can mesh. Hands down.
Here's the thing.
I don't think they can mesh.
Here's the thing. Regardless of the argument of controller versus wheel and all that stuff, at the end of the day, majority by a landslide, it's not even close, of all video games are played on console.
Yeah.
So if LMU
changing.
wants to make money, which every business needs to make money to survive, they, in their best interest, would release LMU on console, and that game's success on PC, if they do it correctly, would skyrocket, which allows them to make more money and allows them to make their game even better and more flushed out and
Even
more
I think
developed.
they should separate the lobbies. I think
Wait,
they
wait,
should
wait, wait,
separate the
wait.
console lobbies.
Then maybe,
and-
okay, worst case scenario, to please like someone like you, add a checkbox. I only want to play with wheel users or something like that. You can program that
Well,
in there, and it's
Okay.
not
Yeah,
going to
crossplay,
punish the
just-
game.
Yeah,
I
just
could-
turn
I could agree
crossplay
with that.
off. That's all you gotta do. Turn crossplay off. If you want
I
to
could agree
play
with
with your, if you want to play with your particular demographic, then do so.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, even if you do so, that doesn't eliminate the fact that there's a lot of people on PC, if you're on PC as well, that are going to be using the controller. So you can't isolate those people.
I would do it based off of find a way to program it based off of if you were worried about wheel versus controller. I would do it not by console or PC, because I would go by program it to go by, is this person using a controller or are they using, I don't know what
console or
software would be
PC.
used to recognize that, how they'd have to do that, but
input device.
Wait. Correct me if I'm wrong. You guys was talking about LMU on console. Didn't they already announce that it's
yeah,
gonna
it's
be coming
according to
out
them,
in,
they announced that in 2026 it would be coming to console,
I didn't
which
know
is
about that.
yes, LMU
yeah,
announced.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, LMU is gonna, and they're doing that because they know that PC is not where the money is. It's short-term money, short-term success. Eventually, unless they keep farming out DLC content to PC people, they're never going to get to that Gran Turismo level of money, not even close, unless they attempt to tackle consoles. And because, like I said, Gran Turismo, still to this day on just PS5, from a pure money-making, selling copies standpoint, has sold more copies than the rest combined.
Yeah.
And it's one single console, one single game.
And it's been around the longest.
So
See, a lot of people aren't old enough to know, back in the PlayStation 1 days, that game sold a lot of consoles by itself.
yeah.
So
And
they've been
I believe
around
that's
for
a
long
big
time.
part of why it's still one of the few actual console or PS5 or PlayStation exclusive games at this point, is because like right now, my PS5 Pro is there as a streaming device for my TV and Gran Turismo. If I didn't have to play Gran Turismo on my PS5, I would likely just use my TV as the smart TV that it is and not have my PS5. But I have it for just that. So it has essentially sold me a PlayStation, Gran Turismo
Wow.
7.
See, I would be in the exact same situation you in. I've been over this so many. You have no idea how many times I've been and I've seen the PS5 right in front of me, and I've almost bought it just because I wanted to play Gran Turismo. I've
Yep.
done that so many times. I would be in the exact same situation you would. I would have that game. I mean,
just
that
don't have
console
that.
just for that game, and that's it.
I'm in a different position, and that's. I mean, I am. iRacing does everything for me. Like, there's nothing.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's no
No,
one's.
And that's great.
I'm not saying Gran Turismo is better than iRacing or iRacing is better than Gran Turismo. There's an ass for every seat. But my point though is that if we're talking the specifics of making money, it would be in every company's best interest to go crossplay. Because at the end of the day, my buddy has just as expensive of a sim as I do, except he only has a console. And he bought PMR, and because of the problems that it's having, he can't play it. But regardless of that, or sorry, that's not a word. Regardless of that notion, the point is that there are people out there with consoles that are willing to spend money for a sim setup that shouldn't be denied the rights to being able to play this because they're on a console.
Yeah.
And if my buddy on his PS5 wants to boot up LMU and race me, and I'm on PC, there shouldn't be any kind of interconnect issues there. We should just be able to play, and that's only going to sell more copies of the game. Look at if no one wants to believe me on that, look at Forza Horizon 5. Way after its shelf life, it's over. They release it on PS5, and it sells more than it did on Xbox.
Yep.
A game, when did that actually release on Xbox?
But Forza Horizon 5 was always a console game.
But that's
It's
not
always
my point, though, is it doesn't matter if it was a console game or if it was a simulator or if it was a shooter. The point is that going based off of the locking it down to one system method as better, financially, it is not. Microsoft literally pulled a fucking rabbit out of its hat by releasing that game on PS5, and all of a sudden, they made all their money back again. You know? And that was a game that was, I don't want to say dead because it's not dead. It's far from dead. In fact, it's actually picking up pace again because of Forza Horizon 6 being announced. But the point, though, is that LMU, any of these diehard sims, if they went to cross-play, they would be wiping their ass with money. Whether you approve of it or not, that's besides the point. The point is that from a financial standpoint, every simulator, every race game, every game, period, going crossplay would benefit them. And it would benefit the majority of the community. Because I know guys, now there are going to be guys like you that don't like the idea of it. That's fine. But there are casual guys I know that are not sure about sim racing it's an expensive hobby. I don't know if they want to get into it. I don't have the time. I have a PS5. I play Gran Turismo. I have a G923 if I'm willing to spend the money on that. But oh, you're really into this? That stuff looks really cool, but I don't know if I want to get into it. Well, how do I get that person into it? I got to be a drug dealer. I got to give them a taste. I give them that taste. Next thing you know, they're coming back for more. And next thing you know, they spent 10 grand on their own simulator. And a year earlier, they weren't sure if they wanted to buy a G923. You know, it's
and you can't do that unless you make it accessible to the peripheral they have. Because this is one thing that I hate about elitist sim racers. A lot of these people, I know a lot of people over the years who later on that's all they use is a wheel now. But you have to get them introduced in some sort of way. You can't just tell people go buy this wheel and then expect them to just pick it up, and it's a learning curve. But if you make a game accessible with a controller that they can pick it up and they can get the concept and like, oh yeah, I really like this game, and guess what? 9 times out of 10, later on, if they really enjoy your game and everything's in place, the features and whatnot, they go out and buy a wheel. They may start out buying an entry wheel, but they're in the game now. And so now you've converted someone who was primarily on a controller. Now they're on a wheel. So, I mean,
are you able to look at the stream in Discord?
Hold
Either
on.
one of you, just either one.
Hang on.
Yeah, you look on my, because I'm probably going to be getting off here in a minute because I needed to go to bed like an hour ago. All right. I think we should definitely pick this conversation up at another time. I, on the other hand, am going to get off live though because I need to go to bed.
See you.
So I appreciate you both being here though. Been a good chat. We'll pick it up at another time. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Yep. Okay, that was a good chat. There's definitely some debate. Let me tackle a couple comments here from Hanslenberg. Let me see. If PMR is dying, what is your opinion of Rensport? Is there hope for it? I don't know what the future for Rensport holds because there's so little people playing it. However, I do think it has forward momentum. I just don't know if its forward momentum is enough to appeal to the masses. Crossplay, what I was just harping on, and FYI, for the record, I am someone who objectively pushes for crossplay on just about everything. I think everybody should have an equal opportunity to play something, and then the rest will be history. If they're into it, they're going to spend the money, and they're going to push up to the expensive level. If they're not into it, they're going to stay casual and they're going to stay in their casual ranks, and that's going to be that, and that's the end of it. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't have to make someone build a computer and buy an expensive sim rig to try out a game. You know, they don't know if they're going to be into it or not. You're never going to get sales that way. But back to the Rensport thing, I do think Rensport has forward momentum. It's got crossplay. It's being dominated. Its player base is dominated by console players right now. I think it's a lot of fun. It plays really well. The AI is abysmal, but it's not marketed as that. Maybe the AI will get better over time. Who knows? I'm not on any of these teams. I just play what's in front of me and I let you know how it feels. The driving feels good. The physics feel on the easier side, but by easier, I mean, it feels like the car has just a ton of grip, but I don't really care if it's a realistic amount of grip because I don't think iRacing has realistic grip. I don't think the best simulator you can possibly think of is truly accurate. I think they do the best they can. But it's really just comes down to the players at the end of the day. What makes something successful is if anybody's playing it. The best game on the planet will be wildly unsuccessful if nobody plays it. But I think Rennsport in its current state, playing wise, plays better than Project Motor Racing. Like I said, I'm going to give the 1502 patch a shot when it comes out. The only way I'm going to continue playing Project Motor Racing after that patch is if that patch revitalizes the game. Regardless of the future of it, I'm not worried. Like, here's the thing. If in 6 months from now they completely abandon the game and they are no longer supporting it, but the game is in an incredible state where it's just fun and I recommend playing it, I will keep playing it. Because I will play Super Nintendo. I will play some Mario. I'll play my Nintendo 64. I'll play some GoldenEye. There's no patches. There's no DLCs. It's just fun, and I'll play it. And that's how I feel about Project Motor Racing in its current state. Maybe it's doomed. Maybe it'll recover. I don't really care either way at this point. But I do know that they need to make it better. They need to fix what's there before they even consider whatever. Project Motor Racing is the only cross-play sim we got, so it must come good. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I what I would call Rennsport right now is I would call Rennsport a wild card. If you're not paying attention to Rennsport, now I can't speak to how they're doing financially. I really can't. But Project Motor Racing took all of their spotlight away from their negativity in spades. Their patches have only made the game better. They're still talking positively about the game. The devs sound positive about the game. Like, I've spoken to devs directly about Rennsport and suggestions and stuff like that, and they've taken positive feedback and they sound excited about things. I haven't read anything from any post of Project Motor Racing, anybody involved, that sounds even remotely positive since a couple days after the release. It's unfortunate, but that's just reading the writing on the wall. So, I don't know. As far as PMR has a lot of potential, the essentials are here, the immersion, the sounds, etc. Just give it some time, please. PC2 fan, that's the thing. I would love to. That's whether I give it time or not is irrelevant. It's out of all of our hands. But I can tell you, it doesn't look good. The future for it. Hopefully it gets to a playable state and it stays there as a game we can play in the future when we want to come back to it, to just have some fun. I'm always cool with that. Like I said, I'll boot up N64 and play GoldenEye. If there's people in the room with me who want to do it, I'm down. But I don't know. It's a bummer. It's an absolute bummer because, like I said, I'm not being accusatory when I say it feels like a rug pull, but this is exactly how a rug pull feels. You went into something with confidence, you bought into something with confidence, and then out of nowhere, the rug gets pulled out from underneath you, and you're stuck sitting on your ass with no money. That's what a rug pull is. It's just gotten really popular to say because of crypto scams, but regardless, that's what a rug pull is. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that's what it feels like. And I wish the devs nothing but the best because there are lots of signs of passion in the game. But there's also lots of signs of poor leadership and poor financial spending that led to a, halfway to 3/4 finished game being released and marketed as the game that's going to take down GT7 and iRacing at the exact same time. And anybody with a rational train of thought would realize to take out just one of those games is going to require time and being a juggernaut, let alone taking down both. iRacing is never going to go anywhere. You just heard from someone who's an iRacing fan. They are diehard iRacing fans, and there are a lot of them. And iRacing knows that because they collect the money, and they know. iRacing is good, but I'm all out of positivity for Project Motor Racing. And like I said a couple times in the stream, I am no longer going to be streaming this game in its current state at all. It's, as far as I'm concerned, the game doesn't exist. It needs to be patched more. I will revisit it at the 1502 patch. Hopefully the 1502 patch. You saw what it was like trying to get into servers tonight, trying to host lobbies. 50% of the time, people get booted. I'm the host. I have, like, textbook internet. That's why I like to host lobbies. I don't just do it because I want to pretend I'm king shit on Turd Island. I like to host lobbies because I have a solid internet connection. And if I got enough people in my lobby, I would get disconnected from my own lobby. That's not an on me thing, that's an on them thing. So, I don't know, man. Sim racing's tough, that's for sure. Sim racing is tough. But I will say, I don't see the patch releasing before Wednesday. So Wednesday, I will be streaming. I think I'm going to start LMU. I think I'm going to really... I mean, I've played LMU, but only as, like, testing and trial stuff. So I really think I'm going to... I'm probably going to start with some single-player AI racing to just really, really dial in the feel of Le Mans Ultimate before I jump online and all I am is in the way of people who are decent at the game. Obviously, it's a ranked-based system, so I'm not just going to get in with people that are far better than me. I'm going to deal with the same peasants that are me, but I still want to get in. I like to be more prepared. So I want to compete with the AI at a decent level before I move to the actual internet of the world of sim racing, where it is aggressive and opinionated. Just checking something here. Anyway, folks. All right. So Wednesday, 11 a.m. I don't lose my faith, at least for now. I expect to get things better. I'm happy that you're positive. But there's a lot of PR damage control things being said that are obvious writing on the wall to this is not being the first time things happen in this particular order. Like I said, I was on the positive side until that statement came out. That statement just pissed me off. So this isn't the first game this has happened to. So anyway, guys, Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, LMU. And I'm going to very much look into making my own lobby. So, and renting that and seeing what that costs. But anyway, folks, thank you for being here. We've been going for about 5 hours now. This went a lot longer than I planned on it going tonight. I will see you all Wednesday. Take care. Remember, this shit's for fun. If you're taking it too serious, you need to go outside and experience life. Because this is supposed to relieve you from the stresses of life, not create stresses. Enjoy it. Take care.